Alright. Let us continue our adventures through Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. In the previous episode we played, or previous stream we played Case 1, which was more or less the tutorial case. And we saved, I forgot her name already, but our own version of Maya, basically. From getting convicted of murder and would have suffered the death penalty if she was discovered to be, well, if she was rendered guilty by the judge of the world of, I also forgot what the fuck the name of our kingdom is, well, oh man, it's been a while, but to be fair, it was kind of late the last time I was streaming this, so forgive me for that. But anyway, we shall hop straight into case 2! And let me check if the sound's all good. Let me lower the sound a bit. Okay, there we go. Here we go! Let me go! I'm not going anywhere until I see her! I'm sorry, Wallace, but she's already passed. There was nothing more they could have done. How? This academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom! Are you telling me that they couldn't do anything? Her condition was much worse than we thought. The kingdom's magic isn't advanced enough to treat something like this. Lucio Steelwind can rain meteors from the sky. William Frager can teleport entire caravans across the continent. Are you telling me that your mages couldn't cure one disease? I'm sorry. I truly am. Emily.
Episode 2, The Walking Dead.
Oh, Celeste, that's her name. I'm sorry, Celeste, but there's no way out of this.
Celeste's attention is sharply focused on the chessboard between you two. As you can see, her eyes quickly dart from one piece to piece.
Just give me a second. I can still win this.
Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate this next turn. Just surrender.
She ignores you and continues staring at the pieces.
There, what about that?
Checkmate.
Damn it! Would you two keep it down? We are in a library.
Miss Tamora glances at the chessboard.
I hope you didn't spend the entire morning playing around. I've been working hard, Ruby. I've already learned 2 new spell formulas since we got here. Well, at least there's that. What about you, Cuthbert?
Well...
Your flustered stammering tells her exactly how much progress you've made.
I couldn't find any books about the subject we've been looking into.
You spent the entire day combing through the kingdom's imperial library, researching the Eye of Horus. During Celestial, you awakened to a new ability that you've never used before. Up until then, you thought that the Eye could only see surface-level thoughts, but during that moment with Garrick Pierce, the Eye of Horus was empowered, and you could see far more than usual. You told Miss Tamora about what happened, and it made you both wonder what other hidden abilities the Eye might have. You both decided it's time to find out more about the Eye and its origins. The library supposedly held the kingdom's entire knowledge of magic and the arcane arts, but you couldn't find a single mention of any ability like the Eye.
Does the kingdom seriously lack knowledge about it? Or do we need to look somewhere else? Are you sure you can't tell me what you're researching? I traveled around the world. I might have seen something like it.
You entertained the thought for a moment, but you haven't known it for very long. The Eye of Horus is a supernatural ability that can't be detected by a spell compendium. You've already been wary about what the kingdom might do to you if they ever found out about it.
Sorry, it's not something I can really talk about.
Fine.
If I had to guess, I would say they are looking into supernatural phenomena.
Ah!
You and Celeste nearly jump out of your chairs.
Oh, it's a woman. Okay, never mind. I thought it was gonna be some nerdy guy.
You look over to where the voice came from. She appears to be a student at the academy. How long was she there? You didn't even notice her presence at all. You also feel like she looks oddly familiar.
Oh shit, she's from the dream. That I remember. Yeah, she was the crazy bitch from the dream. Oh fuck. Looking out for the heavenly one or something along those lines.
I'm terribly sorry if I startled you, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
As the girl approaches your table, you can see another student frantically running after her.
Aries, you can't just... I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine, Wallace.
I'm sorry, but who are you two?
Sorry, that was incredibly rude of me. My name is Aries Ilmata.
Student? Okay. Illusion magic.
And this is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here.
Hi. Not to be rude, but that was a private conversation. Just how much did you hear?
I wonder. Reading about the supernatural is actually a hobby of mine. I might be able to help you with your research, Mr. Cuthbert.
And what makes you so sure that is what we are researching?
Mr. Cuthbert has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks. I assume that his research had something to do with the supernatural.
You feel a piercing side glance from Miss Tamura. You avoid eye contact with her.
But anyways, do you mind if we ask you a few questions?
Oh wait, no, that was... Wait, oh shit. What was that? Hold on. Oh, that's Tyrion. But anyways, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Of course, I'd be happy to help.
Wait, whoa, what? What the fuck was that? She was like, wait, and then, oh shit. Was that her illusion magic? Probably.
Fine, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Just remember to show some discretion, Tyrion.
Right.
It's a holy text of some sort. It must be related to the Church of Bahamut. The library is full of books for educational purposes. You've been combing through these books all morning. It's a globe of the world.
Oh. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wivengard. Oh, that's the place.
I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion.
That's a nice thought. Maybe you can travel with her when you're less busy.
Okay, no, it's in his voice. Okay, gotcha.
It's a table for students to sit at. You've been sitting here with Celeste all morning.
I think that's everything. Okay. So you two are students at the Imperial Academy?
Yes, I'm currently studying illusion magic. Illusions? That's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes, but few mages ever reach a level high enough for that. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that I'm not able to cast invisibility. That's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace?
Wallace
has his own unique field of study.
Ooh, he's nervous.
It's probably not your place to pry.
Everyone is talking about you two.
Really?
It's rare for the school to let any outsiders in.
That makes sense. This library isn't exactly open to the public. You were only able to get access to it because of Miss Tomorrow's connections.
We only ever get occasional visits from the noble houses, so I was curious as to who would be able to break this dull monotony. Well, I'm a mercenary. but now I work as Tyrion's bodyguard.
Mercenary?
After her trial, it turned out that Celeste was more than capable of affording your services. However, Mr. Morris still proposed a different arrangement. After indicting Gaddock Pierce, you painted a large target on your back. With Celeste being a mercenary, Mr. Moore decided to hire her as your bodyguard. She figured you would feel more comfortable around someone you were already friends with.
Anyways, I'm a defense attorney. Actually, yeah, that would make sense that the nobles would be... He would be on a noble shit list. Yeah, that would not be great if they would try to assassinate her. Assassinate him. What the hell did I get pinged on for Discord?
Oh, I see.
A defense attorney? My apologies, it's just not what I was expecting.
What's that supposed to mean?
Supernatural phenomena. I wonder why would you be researching such a thing? Yeah, I want to know too. I'm sorry, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't really say.
Regardless, there are many spells in this world. So why are you so convinced that this phenomena wasn't produced by a spell?
What we're looking for doesn't seem to follow the classic rules of magic.
Oh? How so? Please tell me.
It was created by someone who's not a mage.
Oh really? So you're saying that this was something created by a person?
Oh yeah, she's getting pretty pissed off about Tyrion spilling the deets.
The words came out of your mouth before you realized it. You sent a small apologetic look to Mr. Mora.
That does remind me of a story.
A story?
Mr. Cuthbert, do you know the legend about how the kingdom of Wivengard was created?
You mean the story about the ancient dragons?
The ancient what?
Hold on. My badge. What do you think about this? Yeah, nah. Oh, whoa, what was that? Whoa, what was that? Oh, damn.
Okay, the ancient dragon.
Does Wivengard have a story about ancient dragons?
It's only about one ancient dragon. The Church of Bahamut refers to him as the Scaled Lord. I'm sure you've even heard people mention him before. Legends say that the first mages were created centuries ago by him. Ah, that's why it's called Wivengard. At that time, our kingdom was caught in the middle of a brutal war. With no way to defend themselves, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Our people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Rathalion, the last Scaled Lord, appeared before them. The Scaled Lord bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting on the front lines. With their magic, the heroes utterly overtook the kingdom's enemies and single-handedly won the war. It's said that these heroes went on to form the noble houses of today.
What a load of nonsense. That story is nothing but religious propaganda to prop up the noble houses. Regardless, the significance of this legend is in the Scaled Lord himself.
Do you mean Rathalion?
Rathalion bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals, and to this day the power can only be passed down genetically. Can you think of an arcane spell that could produce something like that?
Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. I don't know what happened to the music. It probably died out or something. Okay then. Let us continue.
Can you think of an arcane spell that can produce something like that?
No, I suppose not.
Rathalion must have had powers that weren't bound by the rules of the arcane arts. In other words, he could create supernatural phenomena without following the rules of magic. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? It's completely unrealistic. As unrealistic as a non-mage using supernatural powers?
She has a point. It's a far-fetched theory, but it's honestly the closest thing you have to a lead right now.
Of course it will be you lot making all of this noise. Oh, never mind. It's another woman. Okay, I feel like there's going to be more female characters that I have to voice, which, oh boy. Female voices are not my strong suit.
Suddenly, a woman who appears to be an instructor approaches you. She looks upon each of you with an equal amount of disdain.
Professor Bellwether. Catherine Bellwether, Professor.
That is Professor Bellwether to you? But didn't he just call you... I knew letting you rabble in to our walls would lead to nothing but trouble. You even startled associating with our malcontents. The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. Wallace? Yes? How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering?
Yes, Professor Bellwether.
Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. You look like a street urchin, but I suppose it's unreasonable to expect anything more. Sad and angry. As for you, I'll be on my way. What the fuck is happening? Who's doing that? Is it Ares? Celeste. What a bitch.
Celeste.
Oh, come on, we were all thinking it. Anyways, with that out of the way, shall we begin?
She is nervous.
What? Why do you keep detecting fear from Celeste?
Wallace, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Would you mind helping Celeste with her research?
I don't know.
Now that you mention it, I could really use some help finding a specific spell formula. Do you know your way around? You know your way around here, right, Wallace?
Okay. Happy and anxiety, okay. Don't worry, Mr. Mora. I'll be more careful from now on.
Please do. I still have some business to take care of here, so I'll leave you all to it.
You spend the next few hours searching through the library's books with eddies. You hadn't thought to look into ancient dragons, and the library books had books about them in abundance. There was one problem, though.
There are a lot of myths and stories about the ancient dragons, but it's pretty difficult to tell fact from fiction with these accounts.
It can't be helped. The Church of Bahamut is the dominant religion of our kingdom. You have the bones of dragons displayed in museums, but those bones are only widely known evidence for the dragons' existence.
Except for Rathalion, possibly. I wonder if he's still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Wait, really?
As our savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of King Olivier.
Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before?
To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church.
Well, Rathalion couldn't possibly be any worse than the nobility.
Ugh.
You're so stuck with your own thoughts that you accidentally bump into a bookshelf. The shelf begins to tip over and you're able to catch it before it fully falls over. But not before several books fall out from their shelves. They hit the ground with a cacophony of thuds, some students glance in your direction.
Be quiet! Sorry.
Be quiet!
Aries begins giggling. She seems to be amused by what's happening.
Hey, are you okay? I heard a loud, whoa.
Celeste stares at the pile of fallen books.
What did you do?
Forget that. Just help me clean this up.
Ah, there's no need for that. Construct, I require assistance.
Acknowledged.
Ah, what?
Upon Ares' command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly springs to life and begins walking towards you. The voice coming out of it sounds human, but it lacks emotion. Why does it sound familiar?
Wait, did you do that, Ares?
Yes, this is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor that is animated using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks for the students.
Aha, a clue. Arcane constructs are suits of armor that are animated using artificery. They can carry out simple tasks when ordered to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. These voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy headmaster. Okay, every command given to a construct is stored in the command log. However, this command log must be cleared regularly.
Wait a minute, the ones in the Imperial speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. Interesting.
Really? Really? I didn't know anything like that existed. They're still experimental, so they aren't available to the public yet. With that being said, Construct, please place these books back where they belong.
Acknowledged.
On Ares' command, the construct begins quickly picking up the books. It moves with inhuman efficiency. After only a few seconds, all the books are back on their shelves.
Wow, so they just do whatever you tell them to do? Well, there are some limits to... Construct, tell me I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen.
Command rejected.
Aw, what?
I guess they're not allowed to lie.
You feel a sharp pain in your side as Celeste quickly jabs you.
The Construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether.
So I have to do it now. Oh yeah, I should have picked up on that earlier.
Unfortunately, you cannot make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings.
Artificery that can record audio. I've never seen anything like it.
But you just said they're experimental, right? Maybe I keep asking it, I'll just give up and do it. I would advise against that. Even if the commands are rejected, they're still stored in the Construct's command logs. Anyway, we should probably get back to work. Fine.
You read more about ancient dragons, but most of the stories read more like fables than actual historical accounts.
I don't feel like I'm making any progress.
Suddenly you hear a thunderous low-pitched sound blare across the room. It sounds like a high-pitched horn, but with its volume turned up to unnatural levels.
What? Celeste, do you hear that?
Ah, how can I not? What is that?
You didn't touch anything you were supposed to, right?
What? Of course not. It finally stopped.
Ares, wasn't that the lockdown system?
Yes, I believe so.
Lockdown system?
The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building. State of emergency? Should we be worried? Don't worry, the lockdown is designed to keep everyone safe. We're safe as long as the barriers are up.
But Miss Tomora says she was going to do something on campus.
I'm terribly sorry.
You hear a disembodied voice echo through the library. Seems like it's being projected magically.
It's the headmaster. He's using the intercom system. Students and faculty, please remain calm. There's been a murder on the academy grounds.
What?
Please stay where you are and wait for law enforcement to arrive.
Damn it. We have to get out of here.
I'm afraid that's not possible. The lockdown system protects and locks each room. We can't leave this room until it's deactivated.
Well, we won't know until we try. You run to the entrance and begin frantically pulling on the door's handle. You try to put all your strength into prying it open, but it doesn't even budge.
Tyrion, stop!
But, Mr. Mora.
I know that you're worried about her, but there's already been a murder. We don't know where the attacker is or if they're still armed. The best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait.
She's right.
Damn it.
Celeste's hands rest on her sword, her eyes carefully watching the entrance.
Wow. We've been here for hours and she hasn't stopped watching the door.
She was also able to calm you down earlier. It's easy to forget that sometimes, but she was always reliable when it really counts.
What?
Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. Law enforcement has secured the building. The lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until...
The headmaster is barely finished with his message before you're out of the door.
Tyrion? Hey, don't go off on your own.
You desperately run through the academy hallways.
No. Mr. Mora? Mr. Mora, where are you?
You have no idea where you're even going anymore. You can feel your fear and anxiety rise with every passing moment. Where is she?
Cuthbert? What's wrong? Why are you shouting?
Mr. Mora.
Calm down, you're hyperventilating.
I heard there was a murder and I've been looking all over for you.
And you were worried about me?
You hug Mr. Mora You hug Mr. Mora tightly as you're overcome with emotion. She's usually not receptive to her affection, but you don't care. You're just relieved that she's safe.
Tyrion, there you are! And you're crying. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you so much. We heard the announcement. Do you know what happened, Ruby? I do, but...
You see Mr. Mora glance at Wallace for a brief moment.
For now, I think we should head to the foyer.
Foyer, sorry. You arrive at the foyer, whatever the fuck, and see the room swarm with a legion of familiar knights.
Is that the Inquisition? Don't tell me.
The headmaster mentioned there was a murder on campus. Someone used magic.
Hey, you there! As you enter the foyer, Commander White notices you and begins marching in your direction. But his attention isn't focused on you.
Huh?
Are you Wallace Nightgrave?
Yes, but...
By the authority of the Women God Crown, I'm placing you under arrest.
Hey, what are you doing?
You three? The hell are you doing here?
He said he was under arrest? On what charges?
This kid is charged with the murder of Catherine Bellwether.
What?
Wasn't that the professor you met her in the library earlier?
Oh good, I don't have to voice her anymore, because she's dead. Woohoo!
Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library for the entire morning. There's no way he could have murdered her. Move aside, Celeste. But...
Mr. Mora's right. If Wallace is a suspect, we cannot stop the Inquisition from arresting him.
No.
Don't worry, Wallace. We'll get to the bottom of what happened.
Without a word, Wallace allows the Inquisition to drag him away.
My apologies. I'm gonna go and check on him. This is terrible.
I still don't understand. Why would they suspect Wallace of all people?
I'm not sure myself. Unlike most magical homicides, This school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a long list of suspects.
Isn't there anything we can do?
I'm going to investigate what happened.
Cuthbert?
Yes?
He hasn't accepted you as his attorney yet. You don't even know if you'll be working this case.
But I know that he's innocent. I just can't sit here and do nothing.
Well, I clearly can't stop you. But please remember that being attorney is your job. It's not charity work. Don't come crying to me if you ran out of gold.
Right.
Anyways, I still have some business to take care of in the city. Will you two be okay handling this?
Yes. We'll take care of this.
Good. I'll leave everything to you then.
Alright. Let's go, Celeste.
Right.
Yes, please.
It's been a few hours since Wallace was arrested. You and Celeste were with him during the lockdown, so the Inquisition had to take your statements. But the more they questioned you, the more you could tell that they had doubts about your testimony. You will need to do more if you'll need to establish an alibi for Wallace.
That took longer than I expected.
I lost a lot of time talking to the Inquisition. But we should be free to roam around now.
Where should we go first?
The crime scene sounds like a good start. We still need to figure out what actually happened.
Ruby said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. It's in the west wing of the school.
Alright, that seems like a good place to start. It's a statue. There's some writing on the platform it's on. Gillian Chemnitz, the inventor of early artificery.
So this is the guy who invented it. Who would have thought we could use machines to harness magical energy?
Artificery is truly a marvelous invention. With it, anyone can utilize the convenience of magic without having noble blood.
Although the expenses of owning artificery is present their own barrier.
But that expression on his statue, it kinda looks like he doesn't want to be here, even though his statue is huge.
He does give off that attitude, doesn't he?
It's a painting of a professor with some kind of magical tool. Some text under it. Dr. Paul Vorella, also known as the Archaeologist of the North. He spent many years studying and exploring the mountainous regions of Chardolin. And through his investigation, he came upon one of many layers of the Scaled Lord. He was honored by both the Church and the Whiffengard Historical Society for his impressive discovery. It's a painting of a man with some sort of creature on his arm. There's some text under it. Dr. Delbert Taforos, a mage, historian, archaeologist, anthropologist, and botanist. Best known for his work in studying the history of the ancient dragons. Through his work, great leaps were made in the study and development of the School of Evocation. On his arm is one of the last pseudo-dragons, which have now gone extinct. Okay. So who's this guy? Paul Vorella, okay. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Classroom 2B.
Hey!
No. Hey, stop right there!
As you try to enter the classroom, you're stopped by one of the Inquisition Knights.
I'm the defense attorney for the accused. We have the right to investigate the crime scene.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet. Right, you haven't been able to talk to Wallace about that yet.
It's quite alright. Let them in.
Lady Steelwind?
Do not call me that. While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind.
Yes, Prosecutor Steelwind.
Ah, what's that smell?
As you enter the classroom, you find yourself inhaling a sour and rancid odor. The stench is so overwhelming that your eyes begin to tear up.
Don't worry, you'll eventually get used to the smell.
What are you even doing here, Steelwind?
I'm here to coordinate the investigation.
You look around the crime scene, there isn't a single Inquisition Knight in the room.
Isn't that the Inquisition's job?
Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally.
Well, since we got you here, could we ask some questions about what happened?
Can I assume you're planning to defend this case? That would make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you?
Right.
However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well.
Oh, okay.
What could she possibly want to ask you?
Oh, Tyrion, I almost forgot. Since this is our first official case together, I wanted to show you something that I learned.
Okay, what is it?
Repario Arcanum!
Oh damn, that's voiced. Repario Arcanum. What was that?
That is the incantation for the Detect Magic spell.
Detect magic. Wait, does that mean...
Yep, we can see magical traces while examining the crime scenes now.
Detect Magic! Your bodyguard Celeste can now cast the Detect Magic spell. While examining a location, press the Detect Magic button to make magical traces visible. If there are any magical traces at your location, you'll see a colored overlay.
I can't believe the professor's dead. We just saw her this morning.
There's a chalk outline where her body was. It appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. Is that what the fatal wound was? There's a lot of blood in this puddle. There's no trail leading to it. And there aren't any magical traces anywhere else in this room. And that the murderer used magic to clean it.
Does that mean the murderer attacked her in this room?
Maybe, but it's hard to say for certain. Bloodstain on her body. Yep. It's a painting of some sort of musician. There's some text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Gosu, the inventor of the Arcane engine. His work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He is well known for not discriminating between the common folk and the nobility, judging his assistants based purely on their merit. When he wasn't conducting research within the Imperial Academy, he was known to compose symphonies for the king in his free time.
Looks like he was a man of many talents.
Oh, they have books here too.
They appear to be textbooks about alchemy.
Aw, lame.
The lecture hall is a window with a view.
I feel like I just stare out outside all day if I had to attend class here.
You're not much of a student, are you?
I just can't spend hours sitting in one place. I need to move around.
She was pretty antsy while you were studying in the library earlier.
How have you learned so many spells if you're so distractible? I don't know. I just learned the spell formula and gas stuff. I see. Is that not normal?
Oh wow, does she have innate talent or something? This must be what the students did during lectures.
Ugh, I can't imagine sitting in one place all day.
Have you never attended a school before?
No, we never had a proper school in Cornhaven. I mainly got my education from the books that my parents bought from traveling merchants. What about you?
I used to attend a public school in my hometown, but after Miss Tamura adopted me, she handled my education personally. Alright, detect magic!
Repario Arcanum!
There's a trace of illusion magic next to the body. You believe that the suspect donned the illusory disguise immediately after murdering the victim. Using his disguise, he discreetly made his way back to the library unnoticed.
Assuming that Wallace isn't the murderer, the killer must have used a similar disguise, which means that no one would have seen him leave this classroom. It'll be harder to find any witnesses that saw the perpetrator.
What?
What's wrong?
There's a trace of necromancy on the body.
Necromancy?
Is it necromancy the type of magic that creates undead? She's just not gonna get up and walk away, right?
We're honestly not sure. That's part of the
That's part of the reason why I've stationed myself here.
But what does that have to do with Wallace?
Oh? You didn't know? Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. He's a what? We believe that he drained her life force completely using a necromancy spell. That's why there are no visible wounds. Here is the autopsy report. It will tell you everything that you need to know.
Sure, okay. Died at 2:01 p.m. Body shows no signs of cut or bruising. Alchemist's report has revived that death was not caused by poison or disease. Body shows traces of necromancy. Okay.
But in the modern day, even the Inquisition doesn't commonly deal with necromancy. They're all on edge about what other spells might have been used. So I'm here to make sure that nothing unholy happens to the body.
You can't believe it. You've heard stories of necromancers before. But why would Wallace be starting something like that?
But even if Wallace is a necromancer, there aren't plenty of other mages. Aren't there plenty of other mages who can cast necromancy spells? This is an academy for mages after all.
No, there are no laws against it, but the knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. No one in their right mind would dare to teach necromancy beyond basic healing magic.
I see.
Frankly, I'm surprised even one student at the school was allowed to learn it. I can see why. But because of this specific piece of evidence, we know that he's the murderer. But it's still too convenient.
That's the first time you've seen a thought from Steelwind. Normally, you can only see thoughts from people who are stressed or excited. You doubt that Miss Steelwind is excited, so something is causing her to be stressed?
Is there something you're not telling us, Steelwind? Because something tells me that this case isn't as straightforward as you claim it is.
If you truly believe that, then why don't you prove it?
The eye can't see more than thoughts from her. She must have been subconsciously guarding her mind now. But she's clearly hiding something.
Miss McCoy, it's my understanding that you were adopted. Would you happen to know who your birth parents are?
Hey, isn't that too personal of a question?
You agreed to answer my questions, didn't you?
But I didn't think you meant...
It's fine, Tyrion. I'm fine with answering if it helps Wallace.
Sadness.
I don't know who my birth parents are. I never tried looking for them. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell companion only contained one spell. Considering your upbringing, how did you learn Mage Blade in the first place?
I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade spell formula on it. But I know more than one spell now. Actually, just learned a few new spells today.
I'm sorry, spells? As in plural? How long did it take for you to learn these spells?
A few hours, I think.
She learned multiple spell formulas within a few hours?
What was that just now?
I see. Well, I think that's all I need to ask for now.
Okay. She's sharing information about the investigation for that? Why is she so interested in Celeste all of a sudden? Ah! I can't dig it anymore! That smell's driving me crazy! What is that?
From what I understand, there was a bit of an accident a few days ago. It happened during one of the classes that the headmaster was teaching. He misread the instructions for an alchemy experiment, and as a result he accidentally produced this rancid smelling vapor.
Vapor? It's not poisonous, is it?
Of course not. I wouldn't be standing here if it were. It's just an extremely unpleasant to the senses.
Okay. Do you know what happened here, Steelwind?
It all began when the City Watch received a call from the Academy. Supposedly there was an attack on campus grounds and the entire building was put on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they waited for the system to deactivate.
What? Couldn't the Academy have let them in once the scene was secure?
I'm not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down manually. You have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more. Anyways, you two were also present during the lockdown. Am I correct? Did either of you see anything suspicious?
No, but we actually met the professor that morning. She was still alive then.
I see. That does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. Do you have any idea where she went after she left the library? The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, then take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to just do that.
She said that she was going to meet with the headmaster.
He also mentioned that when I questioned him. She attended the meeting as planned.
If the headmaster met with Bellwether, you probably want to speak with him next.
She must have found her way into this classroom afterward.
Would you happen to have a map of the Academy?
I do. I have extra copies if you like one.
Let
me take a look here.
Alright, we were here in the library. She went up here and then okay, go there. But then why would she just go all the way here? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to this lecture hall. But I wonder if she took any detours.
Imperial Academy Act. Okay. How was the body discovered?
Do you know how the body was discovered?
Two members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapsed inside of this classroom. They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life. But it was too late. The professor had already passed away by the time any healers arrived.
Those two staff members. Who were they?
I believe their names were Valentina and Valerie Ionis. They're apparently sisters. Autumn was the one who collected their statements.
Did he notice anything off about their behavior?
From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious.
Quirks?
He told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding out their co-worker murdered.
You'll definitely want to speak with those staff members. Can I present the...
Ugh, this rancid smell really is horrible.
Yes, I don't blame you for finding it distracting.
And it's all because of a mistake during an alchemy experiment.
I was surprised too. It's not like the headmaster to make a mistake like that.
What did he do? Did he cause the murder? As a mage from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. Did you know Catherine Bellwether while you were here?
Unfortunately, I did. I constantly clashed with her over her treatment of the students. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated.
It sounds like many people didn't get along with the professor.
I would say more, but it doesn't feel right to speak ill of the dead.
We've already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He couldn't have committed the murder.
Yeah, he has a perfect alibi.
Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Miss McCoy herself told us that there was a small time period when she wasn't with him.
What?
Right. It was when I came to check on you after you knocked over that shelf. I got a little lost on my way back to Wallace. But still, we've only lost each other for only a few minutes.
That may be, but unless his alibi is airtight, the evidence in this room proves that it was him.
What do you mean?
It will be easier to explain once you examine it yourself.
We just did that not too long ago.
Oh my god. Fine, we'll do it again.
Imperio Arcanum.
Okay, I guess I'll just... Oh, okay, it's just the same shit. Let's go to the kitchen. Hello? Is anyone there?
It looks like there's no one here right now. Maybe we should check somewhere else.
There's a set of pots for cooking soups and the like. Several commonly used ingredients are close to the cooking area. And there's a rack of cooking implements hanging from the wall.
Valentina must use these for cooking to cook for the students.
It's a barrel full of some sort of drink.
I wonder.
It's probably not lotus juice, Celeste. There's a large cooking station here. They must prepare the meals in bulk here. They must serve the students meals on these plates. It's a shame they had to close the kitchen due to the investigation. There's a large sack of produce in the corner.
There's some wine here too.
That must be for the professors. Oh, it's a plate of bread. They probably served these as sides to the entrees.
Don't get any ideas, Tyrion.
What?
Remember when we went to that fancy restaurant? You just keep ordering breadsticks and butter.
The bread is free, I might as well take advantage of it.
You know that eating many times isn't good for you.
Yeah.
Imperio Arcanum.
Okay, no magic, okay. You follow the map that Steelwind gave you, and you arrive at the headmaster's office.
Oh, hello there. I wasn't expecting guests today.
Sorry for coming unannounced. You must be...
My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Wyvern Imperial Academy.
Oh wait, that's the headmaster. I thought it was someone else. I guess because the different portrait. Oh well, I'll go with this voice. Oh, he's an illusionist too.
And judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Tamora. To what do I owe the pleasure?
They must be here to investigate the murder.
Wait, Ares? I thought you went to see Wallace.
Unfortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They aren't allowing visitors. He must be so scared right now. I hope he's okay.
Right, she had the same experience not too long ago.
If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
It's a painting of someone. He looks like some sort of professor.
That's Professor Lucas Gilbert. He was an instructor here many decades ago. He was well beloved by his students here, and he was quite the accomplished scholar. And this was all despite him lacking the ability to use magic.
He studied magic without actually being able to use it?
Yes, he was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, we lost him due to illness very early in his life.
There's a fireplace with some burning wood. Looks pretty cozy. There's a window with a view of the garden. The headmaster has a very nice view from up here. There's a small table for guests. Is that wine?
No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students after all.
It's a painting of a mage, but he doesn't quite look like a noble.
Oh, that's Jason Steelwind, one of the chosen mages of the Scared Lord.
Wait, Steelwind? As in...
Yes, he's the earliest recorded ancestor of House Steelwind. Legends say that the Scared Lord bestowed his power upon him and his allies to create the first mages.
Wow, it's hard to even tell that he and the prosecutor belong to the same bloodline.
As with all the noble houses, House Steelwind had quite humble beginnings.
If only they remember where they came from.
Repario Arcanum.
Nope, no magic.
This is terrible. To think that one of my prize students will be accused of murder. We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Are you the one who triggered it? Yes, I activated it when I received a call from one of the staff. They reported that Professor Bellwether had been attacked.
Okay.
How's the lockdown system work? It's an artificery network that covers the entire academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using the stone.
The headmaster pulls out a glowing stone from his desk. You can hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it.
Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building. It's designed to contain and protect each room in the building. Could a powerful mage breach any of these barriers? I doubt it. The barriers can withstand a great amount of force. They even block mages from teleporting through them. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour.
Okay. What can you tell me about Wallace? Earlier you said that he was one of your prize students. Sadness. I just need to understand. Why did the prosecutor say that he was a necromancer?
Because technically, he is one.
What? But why would he study something like that?
Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been long tainted by stories of dark wizards raising armies of the undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death, it also controls the forces of life.
Forces of life?
The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has. But that's why Wallace is studying it. He wants to become a doctor.
But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out?
For years, he's been studying necromancy beyond basic healing magic. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. Wallace doesn't hail from a noble house. He's a mage that was born among the common folk.
He's like me.
Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of undead, just like the necromancers of old. The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic.
Then why did you allow him to study it?
After everything that has happened to him, I made an exception.
Everything that has happened to him?
I'm not at liberty to say more. You'll have to ask him if you wish to know more.
Steelwind told us he had a bit of a mishap in Lecture Hall 2B.
Ah, yes. I was filling in for the alchemy instructor when I accidentally misread the instructions she left. I'm quite embarrassed to admit that my old age is catching up to me.
What?
It's a terrible thing that happened. To think that someone would commit murder within the academy.
Using necromancy, no less.
Yes, it's a lot to take in.
What can you tell me about Wallace? Oh wait, no, I already know about that. Yeah, I already know this. Have you met the prosecutor, Mr. Redmond?
I'm already well acquainted with her.
Angry.
She was once a student here.
Oh, right. She is a noble. It makes sense that she'd go to a school go to school here.
Alright.
You look around the barracks dungeon cells, but you don't see Wallace anywhere.
The Inquisition's probably still questioning him. We should come back later.
Repario Arcanum.
Where do I go now?
Where should we go next?
The headmaster supposedly had a meeting with Bellwether this morning. He might have been the last person to see her alive. We should go see if anything's off about her before she left.
Oh, I see. There we go.
If you're planning on defending Wallace, you'll need a spelling compendium, am I correct?
Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to quitting them.
You might find that a bit difficult. You see, after a certain incident, he destroyed his compendium.
What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he need that to use magic?
A spell compendium is a device mages use to keep track of what spells they can cast. It's really convenient for remembering the formulas and incantations of your spells, but it's not actually required to use magic. I thought of destroying mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive. Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'll be more than happy to give it to you if it helps Wallace.
Oh, thanks.
Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic. Just make sure that you don't let another mage like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it.
Okay. Wait, but how did... Wonderful! I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. There it is again. What the fuck is happening? Who's doing this? Is Ares doing this? Who's Jedi mind tricking these people to be like, oh yeah, everything's fine? Oh my god. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Oh, that's a mixture of emotions.
Wow, that was a whole mess of emotions.
She was rather unpleasant to work with. Can you think of any enemies she might have had?
You might as well list everyone who attended the school.
Ares?
It's best to be blunt with these sorts of things. As you saw this morning, she had a pretty abrasive attitude towards the students. Many people in the school did not care for her.
Maybe she wasn't the nicest person. But would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her?
She'd often target and harass students, especially those who are from the common folk. She even made a habit of expelling those students for minor infractions. For commoners, magic can be our ticket out of poverty. I can't imagine how it'd feel to have that opportunity unfairly taken from you. She put so much pressure on those students. Some of them even left the academy of their own volition. They couldn't handle her constant verbal abuse. Even then, would that really be enough to motive to commit murder? The human psyche is a fragile thing. It's astounding that's what someone might do when pushed far enough.
What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants. I've received many complaints from them about her behavior.
I'm sorry if it sounds rude, but why didn't you just fire her if she was being such a big problem?
She used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the years. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever try to remove her, they will probably support her over me. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn. I heard you had a meeting scheduled with Professor Bellwether this morning. What time was this, and when did this meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. She arrived on time, and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Did anything seem off about her to you? No. She seemed to be her usual self, and he's nervous.
You detected traits of fear, or is it nervousness?
If you don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing personal affairs, and that's more fear. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Didn't you respect your authority? We had many arguments about how I was managing the academy, and she was very vocal about her distaste for the common folk students. She was difficult, to say at the least.
No.
Okay,
Can we go to the barracks now?
no.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Be right there.
Oh. Oh, okay, she's a lot younger.
Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now.
Actually, we're here to investigate the murder. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff discovered the body.
Oh, that will be me. I'm Valentina Ionis.
How about the other person? Do you know where they are right now?
Oh, that would be my sister, Valerie. But I think she's somewhere else on the campus right now. If you're with those knights, we've already told them everything we know.
Actually, we're investigating separately from them. I want to ask you some questions about what you saw.
Sure. I'm gonna have to remember those details again.
To start, can you tell us how you and your sister discovered the body?
Right. My sister and I were walking the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. We spotted the professor in a nearby classroom. She was lying on the floor and bleeding. I used an emergency communication device to call for help. When I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up.
That would imply Valerie thought that she could be resuscitated. Did she know if the professor was alive or not?
We were not sure, but she wasn't responding at all. She wasn't breathing and she didn't have a pulse.
What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrave. He's a student here.
He's that scary kid, right? The one that raises undead?
Those are just rumors. He would never do something like that.
But he studies necromancy, right?
Have you actually met him?
No, but I've heard the rumors. He was always hanging around the cemetery. I'm sure he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army.
It can't be helped that people think of him that way, but you can't help but be a little annoyed on his behalf.
What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether?
Yet another set of complicated emotions.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. She was a horrible person. She was really terrible to all of us.
By all of us, do you mean the Academy staff?
Yeah, she always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she makes messes on purpose so she could order us to clean it up. This probably sounds terrible, but I'm sure a lot of people are glad that she's gone. I just hope we can still keep our jobs.
Interesting. Now why would she be worried about that?
Did you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether?
Yes, actually. She was actually planning to fire all of the staff.
All of the staff? That can't be true, can it? The Academy needs the staff to function.
I'm not sure about the details, but that's what Jan told us.
Who's Jan?
He's one of the Academy's custodians. You'll probably find him cleaning the halls if you look around.
Okay. Oh. It's an entrance to a lecture hall. The door says it's lecture hall 2D. Alright, 2H. Storage closet. Doesn't appear to be anything of note inside.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, that's nothing. No. Back to the kitchen. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Okay, no, it's the same shit. Okay. Do you know Eris Illmatter?
She's even scarier than an necromancer.
What?
I've heard rumors about her, you know? There's just something about her that fills me with dread every time I see her.
Have you actually spoken to her before? She's a nice person.
No, thanks. I'm good.
Oh boy. I have a feeling there's more than meets the eye with her. Where the fuck do I go? Okay. Still got kitchen shit, okay. Do we examine the Celeste, this room is close to the crime scene. Could you cast Detect Magic and scan for magical traces? Oh, she's getting worried.
Sure. Did he just say scan magical traces? I'll just get out of your way then.
Wow, she just bolted out of the room.
What was that about?
Repario Arcanum.
I don't see anything.
You spot Valentina again. She's speaking to someone in a blue-collared uniform. Could he be the custodian that she mentioned?
Jan, where have you been? You still haven't fixed the plumbing in the kitchen sinks.
Someone just died. Can we take the day off for once?
You're causing trouble for me and Valentina. Please be reasonable.
Oh, this is her twin sister. Okay.
Wait, why is Valentina suddenly speaking in the third person?
Oh, hello. Valentina? Oh, my apologies. I can see why you're confused.
I'm not Valentina. I'm her sister, Valerie. Are you trying to trick us or something? You look exactly the same.
We remember reading about something like this before.
You two are identical twins, aren't you? You're both genetically identical to each other.
Yes, we are.
Wait, this means that she was the one who discovered the body alongside Valentina.
Since we have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened?
I'm terribly sorry, but I've already spent a lot of my time looking for Jan here. I'm really behind in my work, but Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. I'm sure she can answer your questions.
Before you have a chance to object, Valerie quickly walks away.
Wait.
Do you want me to go after her? I'm pretty sure I can catch up to her.
No, we don't want to scare those two more than we already have. Anyways, Valeria said that Jan was around when the murder happened. Maybe you saw something. Jan, was it? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about what happened?
Really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now.
So, Jan, are you part of the staff here?
Yeah, I'm a janitor. I clean and do odd jobs here and there. Well, apparently that's all he has to say about that.
Valerie mentioned that you were close to the lecture hall 2B before they found Bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body?
I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase and there were shards and dirt everywhere.
Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived?
Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase?
Yeah, I think she went into that room over there. Jan points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was found in.
Did you see anyone else enter the lecture hall?
I'm honestly not so sure. I was more worried about cleaning the mess she made.
Well, did you notice anything off about her?
She was in a pretty bad mood, but honestly, that's pretty normal for her. She was walking real slow. I didn't notice her at first, and she basically shoved me out of the way. After that, she knocked over that vase. I didn't even say anything after that, but she yelled at me to be quiet.
Did you see where she went after that?
Not really, but the only thing that in that direction is Lecture Hall 2B. I can't imagine her going anywhere else.
What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? I've heard that she had a pretty bad relationship with the staff.
She had a bad relationship with just about everyone. Students, the other teachers, I can't think of many people who would actually get along with her.
I'm sure you had your own share of bad experiences with her.
Yeah, she always yelled at me when I was taking too long to get a job done. I hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here without her.
That's blunt to say at least.
But you can't exactly blame her for that.
Valentina mentioned about something interesting. Did you tell her that Bellwether was going to fire the academy staff?
Yeah, I remember that.
What made you think that she was gonna do something like that?
You know those arcane constructs in the library? Bellwether was the one that ordered them.
Oh yeah, they're so cool.
Well, a few weeks ago I overheard a meeting that she was having with the headmaster. From what I've heard, she was planning to order more constructs and entirely replace the staff.
Oh.
Well, I'm sure the headmaster rejected her proposal.
I don't know. From the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have a say in the matter.
But only the headmaster would have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident?
Dunno. All I know is that she hated common folk in the schools, even among the staff. She was really miffed that he was hiring common folk from the community center.
Man, she really is an aristocratic bitch. Wow, fuck the proletariats. That's basically her mindset.
I really hope we don't lose our jobs to those constructs.
Well, if there's any silver lining to Bellwether's death, it's that she can't carry out her plan.
Damn, that's kind of heartless, man.
Well, I do want to catch the real murderer. I don't have much pity for people who abuse positions of power.
Well, I can't blame you. I'm sure many people would feel the same way.
How is working under Headmaster Redmond?
It's great. I owe a lot to him for getting me this job. But I suppose these things never last.
You must be talking about Bellwether's plan to fire the staff.
Man, I still can't believe someone off Bellwether. It's a little unreal.
I'm sure you have mixed feelings about what happened.
Yeah, I feel like I should be happy, but honestly, I don't know what to feel. It's easier not to think about it.
Why can't you tell me about this, Mr. Hughes?
I don't know, it's not my department. Oh.
Testimony. Are you friends with the Ionis sisters?
I wouldn't say we're friends exactly, but we do work together a lot. There's a lot to give and take among co-workers. Us commoners got to stick together after all. After a while, we even made a system to warn each other about where Bellwether was.
Bellwether was kind of a menace here, wasn't she?
Are you aware of the foul smell in Lecture Hall 2B?
Yeah. Luckily, Arya isn't letting anyone into the lecture hall until the investigation's over. But I'll probably have to get to it eventually. All chemical messes are always a pain to clean up. I am not looking forward to that. I wonder if Arya can help me out like she used to.
Wait, did you personally know Prosecutor Steelwind?
She studied you a few years ago. She always helped me out using her magic. I miss that.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
It's over. My life is over. Wallace? Who are you? What do you want?
Wallace, it's Celeste and Tyrion. From the library, remember?
Oh, right.
How are you doing?
Apparently, not well.
Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep telling them that I didn't do it, but they still won't let me go. I'm sorry, Wallace, but they found traces of necromancy magic on the body. And because of that, they're going to push your case to trial. What? I think you're going to execute me. This can't be happening. I can feel these walls are closing in. I can't breathe. Please calm down. We know that you're innocent. With that said, would you let me represent you in court? Oh, right. You said you were a lawyer, but I don't really have any money to pay you with. Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted. What? Do they seriously want to help me? Happy? No, they want something from me, but nervousness, okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyways. It's not like I have anything else to lose.
That's not exactly the reaction you were expecting. At least he's cooperating.
I don't understand. I was with you in the library the entire time, but why do they still think I'm the murderer? It makes no sense, unless... You told the Inquisition, right? Did you tell them that I'm innocent? Did they frame me? We did. But as we said before, there are traces of necromancy on the body. And with the state of the body, they believe that she was murdered with a necromancy spell. Apparently that makes you their prime suspect. I see.
Wallace, we heard about the type of magic that you're studying.
Don't worry. The headmaster explained it to us already. You just wanted to use necromancy to become a doctor, right?
I understand they have reservations about talking about your magic, but in order to build a case for you, I need your spell compendium.
I don't have one.
I know. Ares already told us about that. That's why she gave us a blank for you to attune to.
Do I have to?
It's your life on the line, and we need all the information we can get to help you.
Sorry, you're right. I'll tune to it.
Alright. Prestidigitation, mend wound, illusory disguise. Oh, god damn it. Oh man, this is not a good case for him. Revive, okay, so that's basically revivify. Animate corpse and necrotic blight. Oh yeah, the case isn't looking good for him right now. Considering he's got those two spells. Alright, prestidigitation, yeah. Mend wounds. Target of a cancer time, wounds that are magically healed, that means scars and bruises. Cannot restore missing limb, nor can it revive someone who has already died. Illusory disguise. Places an illusion on the... Okay, I don't know, 1 hour, okay. To completely change their visual appearance, the disguise moves with the target for the duration. The disguise can make the target look 1 feet... Okay, it's basically disguise self. It's disguise self, basically. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible. And elements created by a spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Okay. Revive. Floods the target with life energy in an attempt to resuscitate him. It does not heal wounds sustained. Results may vary, but cannot resuscitate someone who has been dead for more than a minute. Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, it's basically revivify. Actually, wait, no, actually no, I think revivify might be... Actually no, for the condition for revivify, I think it might be just 10 minutes, not 1 minute. Animate corpse. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration of 8 hours. The minion follows the caster's orders, but its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. The minion can end the spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered to by the caster. Once the spell is entered, the undead will turn to being a dead body. Necrotic blight. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Point index finger instant. Pulls all life energy from the target, resulting in an instant death. The spell does not wound the target, nor does it leave. Oh my god. It's literally... So wait, it's just literally power word kill. Jeez. You understand the reason why he's studying this type of magic, but the spells in his companion are still pretty gruesome. It's a little terrifying that spells like this even exist.
Sorry. I know I was being difficult. A long time ago, I showed my companion to someone I trusted. After she saw my necromancy spells, she told everyone in the academy. That's also when Professor Bellwether started coming after me.
I'm sorry. It must have been hard for you. But at least you had Ares.
Yeah, I did.
How did you and Ares become friends anyways?
Nervous. Another hint of fear from her. Are her fears related to Ares?
Oh. It's a bit of a strange story. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off my locker. Then they'd switch it with the other one on the another locker. Then they thought it was funny whenever the owner got angry with me. Eddie's had a bit of a reputation around our school. I'm not sure why, but everyone was scared of her. Even the students from the nobility.
It was probably due to some baseless rumors.
One day, someone switched my nameplate with hers. I was so scared when she approached me, I couldn't even say anything. But she didn't get angry like the others. She just apologized and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she randomly started talking to me whenever she saw me. We became friends after that.
That's nice. It's a good thing he was able to find a friend in a place like that. So, I have to ask. If it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy?
I wanted to use it to become a doctor.
The headmaster told us the same thing, but you could have stopped after learning the healing spells. Why are you learning spells that can steal people's life force and raise undead?
Life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. The first undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human using magic.
Wow, I never knew that.
Right now, basic necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but it can't do anything for diseases and deformalities. If I could just keep studying, I know that I can create a new type of necromancy. One that can cure diseases and save lives.
He specifically wants to cure diseases. Did something happen to him to motivate him that much?
I think I can already guess the answer to this question, but how is your relationship with Catherine Bellwether? It's exactly what you'd expect. After word got about what I was studying, Professor Bellwether would always target me. She'd start yelling at me for the smallest mistakes. She'd do that to some of the other students too, and she focused on ones that were poor like me.
That's terrible.
I wake up each day, dreading the possibility that she noticed me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stay out of her way, but sometimes she just comes looking for me. I can't believe that after everything she did, she's just gone. You must have mixed emotions about what happened. I honestly don't know how I feel about it. To be honest, I always wish she would just disappear. But now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more afraid. It feels like she's going to come back from the grave to haunt me.
Even with Bellwether gone, his traumas will still probably linger.
I think I'm starting to put things together now.
Have you figured something out?
Yeah, I just need to take some of the time to think through everything. The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless they have evidence heavily implicated him.
How does the evidence implicate Wallace?
We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer, and he's the only person in the academy that's capable of a high-level necromancy. Okay, a magical trace of necromancy was found in the classroom. What? Outside? Oh, on the body, sorry. There's a trace of necromancy on the body.
This means that they think Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that the magic was used on the body.
Right, because there aren't any wounds on it. And the autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. Which spell do they think Wallace used? If I know Prosecutor Steelwind, she probably already has a theory on which spell he might have used. The prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bellwether. Necrotic Blight. They will probably say he used Necrotic Blight.
That makes sense. Necrotic Blight would have drained the life force from her body.
Yep. But that's where the contradiction lies. Let's suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using Necrotic Blight. There's something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. Bellwether's... the academies... probably argue that, but if that really did happen, that's something on the body that shouldn't. There's something on the body that shouldn't be there. Bellwether's body. Was found. During the murder, and blood was covered in blood. Necrotic Blight is a spell that doesn't inflict any visible wounds. There shouldn't have been any blood on the body.
But then what really happened?
That's the last piece. And if I had to guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses who discovered the body.
Valentina.
She's definitely hiding something. Did you notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room?
Yeah, she ran away. She didn't even try to be subtle about it.
But the way she reacted, I think she may have been trying to hide herself from your detect magic, which can only mean that there's a magical trace on her.
I wonder what she's trying to hide.
There's only one way to find out. The next time you see her, could you subtly cast detect magic and scan her?
Alright. It's been a while since we talked to her. Valerie also mentioned that she still had work to do today. She might be back in the Academy's kitchen now.
Let's go.
Those two are finally gone. I can finally get some cleaning done.
Okay, there she is. Use detect magic to scan her from there.
Right.
Just don't shout the incantation like you always do.
I know that. Alright, here it goes. Imperio Arcanum. What the?
What is it?
There's trace of magic on her.
I knew it. What school of magic is it?
It's necromancy. There's trace of necromancy on her.
What? Oh shit.
What do we do now?
You're still not sure how this fits in with everything.
Now let's talk with her, see if we can get more information out of her. If all else fails, we can confront her with the evidence we have.
Oh, it's you two again. They're back? Okay, just relax. All I have to do is repeat what I told them last time.
Unfortunately for her, that won't work this time.
Miss Ionis, did you know that there was a trace of necromancy on Bellwether's body?
That's what you used to kill the professor, right? A necromancy spell.
That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. I think someone else cast a spell on the body. Oh, she's nervous. Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether?
No, definitely not. Calm down, there's no way they would know.
Her thoughts are an open book now. If you beat her in an argument, her thoughts may show you what she's hiding.
Oh, that was easy. Alright, let's do this.
Valentina clearly knows more than she's letting on. She found the body alongside her sister and reacted strangely when you mentioned someone may have used magic on the body. What was she hiding?
Yes. Bring it, bitch.
Argument.
Miss Ionis, from the very beginning I felt you've been hiding something from us. Is more concerned with protecting yourself than doing the right thing. She will continue to hide your secrets until she thinks that doing so is dangerous for her. She sees Wallace as a villainous necromancer and will not feel pity for him. Damn. There's something that you're not telling us about.
Oh, what are you talking about?
My conscience is clear.
I've told the knights everything I know. I told you and the knights everything I know. I got nothing to hide. I need to stay calm.
Use this again. Use this. Okay. Intuition, empathy. My conscience is clear. Oh boy, this is actually more difficult now. Because this ain't the tutorial anymore. I might have to use logic. Actually, I'm gonna save. Justin. Oh, that's not the save button. Shit. Oh, that's the. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, I can't save during this then. Okay. My conscience is clear. I'll use logic. Miss Ionis, what you're saying and what you're thinking is clearly different.
What does that even mean?
Shit. Fuck.
I don't really talk about, but I'm telling the truth.
Use the eye and look at her thoughts and emotions. Find out which one is inconsistent with the claim if she chooses the correct approach. Oh, wait, I just forgot how to use the mechanics of the game.
Her emotions. Miss Ionis, it's clear to anyone how nervous you are. I can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. Just tell us the truth. It'll be a lot easier for the both of us.
Well, let's say if I were hiding something, which I'm not, by the way.
I don't have to tell you anything.
Why should I tell you anything? I know my rights.
Threaten. You already gave your statement, and if the truth comes out, what do you think when you realize that you lied to them? You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know that you're not the murderer. I'll make sure you're protected. My client is innocent. By withholding your testimony, you're condemning into a wrongful conviction. I'll threaten her. Because according to her psychological profile, she thinks that, yeah, I did threaten her. You're already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? Who are you protecting, Miss Ionis?
You talk a big game, but I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? You think I'm blind to protect someone?
I don't know anyone who can use magic.
I don't even know any mages, and I definitely didn't see anyone use magic on the body.
I think... yeah, somebody cast magic on her. You can't hide the truth from us, Miss Ionis.
What?
You said that you've never even seen a necromancy spell before. If that were true, then why is there a trace of necromancy on you?
Wait, what? There's a trace of necromancy on me?
Yeah, I just forgot the mechanics of that minigame for a moment.
What? Did she not know about the spell that was cast on her? No, that doesn't make any sense. If she didn't know about the trace, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then. There must have been an explanation for this. You've successfully argued against Valentina Ionis.
This is crazy! Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? Am I going to die? Am I going to become a zombie?
That's strange. Is she really unaware that the spell was cast on her? Or is she playing dumb?
Why does she know that spell was necromancy? Okay. Healed her, I'm guessing it was a healing spell. Calm down, Miss Ionis. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the school of necromancy.
Healing spells? Oh, it was from that one time she healed that cut.
She? That implies that she knows a mage who studies healing magic. Could that be could that person be a student here?
Sorry, I just remembered that there's something else I had to do. I'll be right back. Hey, come back here.
Ugh, she ran away again.
I can catch her. There's no way she can outrun me.
No, the Inquisition is still stationed around the surrounding areas. They'll probably intervene if we started harassing one of the witnesses.
That's true. But we weren't able to learn anything.
Actually, I did learn one thing. She has a friend who cast a healing spell on her.
Really? How did you figure that out?
Good deductive reasoning.
Wow. Well, healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right? I guess that explains the trace on her. It's a good thing we know all this. Otherwise, we might have also thought that a necromancer was trying to kill her.
Wait a minute. That's it!
What? Did you figure something out?
This whole time we've been wondering why there's a trace of necromancy on the body. It isn't because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell. It's because someone used necromancy in an attempt to heal her.
Oh, I see. It doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. The spells from the same school of magic leave the same type of trace.
It's not just that. The body clearly has blood on it. What would have happened if someone used a healing spell on a wounded body?
It would close all the body's wounds.
In other words, it would remove any cuts or bruises.
Well, interrogating Valentina may have been a dead end, but it still gave us just what we need to win this case.
I'm not so sure that was a dead end.
What do you mean? It's not like that's that suspicious that she asked someone to heal her if she injured herself.
But if it's only that, why would she go to so much trouble to hide it? It's too coincidental. The bodies on the wound were healed by an unknown person, and the person who found the body is actually hiding the identity of a healer. They had to be the same person.
I guess that makes sense. So, what do we do now?
Valentina is definitely onto us. I doubt we'll get a third chance to speak with her. Hopefully, what we have now is enough to quit Wallace.
You have done everything you can. Use what you learned to poke holes in the prosecution's case. And if that doesn't work, you can drag Valentina onto the witness stand and pull the truth out of her. You just hope that what she's hiding is enough to quit Wallace.
I demand to know why you're still holding on to my rapier. It's a precious family heirloom, and I want it back.
It's evidence in the current case.
Evidence? The prosecutor was killed with necromancy.
Was she, though?
Why are you asking me? You're the one who's investigating this.
I suppose it doesn't matter. I just know that I will bring her murderer to justice, no matter who it may be. Oh shit, who is this lady? Court time. Alright, it's time for the trial. Just take deep breaths and relax.
Hi, Tyrion.
Dolores! Don't sneak up at me like that.
Why are you so nervous? It's not that this is your first time defending someone.
I can't help it. There's some things about this building that just fills me with anxiety.
It's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but...
There's so many people here, and they're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying to me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Gross. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay.
See? You can be confident when you want to be.
It's strange. Something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. It's like he just absorbs the tension out of you and into himself.
Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready.
Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
The defendant is a student at Wivengard Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy.
Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer?
I can't believe it. A necromancer in this day and age? How could this kingdom let this happen? Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they should view my client objectively.
Of course, but one could easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the changes.
Indeed. The crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds.
I see.
Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, the alchemist report shows no signs of poison or disease. Therefore, one can only conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. As many of you know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown. Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the murder.
I see. That is certainly compelling evidence.
To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be the necromancer kid that did it.
The Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected.
Oh, you've already found and identified the holes in Steelman's case. All you have to do is find the hole in the commander's testimony.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yep, I already found it. I already found the contradiction. The entire body was clean. Fuck no, it wasn't. Magic, no, that's not. No, wrong one. Where's the one that says the body had blood on it? Where is it? Ah, there it is. Nah, there it is. Objection! Commander White, it appears you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene.
Yeah, and what's that?
During your testimony, you said that the entire body was clean. I will admit there weren't any wounds on the body. However, the body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. The blood came from the victim's body, and it was definitely not clean like the commander testified.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I failed to see the significance of this.
I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They are accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact still stands. There were no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements in this case.
But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there have been bloodstain on the body? Do you have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind?
No, I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Which spell would have left it?
If the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body?
I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. Mend wounds, bitch.
Mend wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell?
That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend wounds, is in fact a necromancy spell.
Really now? I wasn't aware of this.
Now, I'd like the court to consider the following. What would have happened if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using mend wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body.
I see.
Objection!
Do you honestly think I'm that incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted.
What?
The Inquisition is well aware what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using mend wounds. The healer that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her.
Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it?
Please, none of the healers would have any gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. He could have cast mend wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation.
At the end of the day, the burden of the proof is on you. But if you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. And whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her.
Your Honor, I'll admit I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been two people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Iones, the sisters who discovered the body.
This is nonsense. We've already questioned the two about those two witnesses extensively. If they had any witnesses, If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony.
If that's true, then you have nothing to lose by hearing their testimonies.
Very well, if you're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony.
It seems the prosecution has no objections. However, this line of questioning leads to nowhere. I will see no reason to further prolong this trial. Do you understand, Mr. Cuthbert?
Of course, Your Honor.
Oh crap, it's that guy from before. Is you the necromancer's lawyer?
She just got on the stand and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favor.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right, it's just that guy over there. You mean Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness?
Wait a minute.
Yeah! He, super harassed me.
How shameful! I would expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally.
Oh, shut up. Anyways, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Ines.
Just calm down. You can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Ines. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wavengard Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Miss Ines. In this courtroom, you'll be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment.
Ugh.
Now, please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah.
Bring it.
I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was. That's when we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she already lost so much blood. Too much blood. If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back.
She definitely saw more than she's letting on.
You just need to prove that somehow.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
I'm gonna have to press her ass.
Where were you two coming from?
We came from the kitchen. We were taking a break after the lunch rush.
The cafeteria is on the west side of the academy. It's believable that they'd be on that side of the building.
What did you see in the classroom, Miss Ines?
Did you notice anything else in the lecture hall?
Well, there was that terrible smell. It was awful. I almost couldn't see because of how much I was tearing up. But other than that, I was mostly focused on the professor.
It makes sense. It wouldn't be hard to notice anything else.
Incorrectly. Okay, this doesn't really show when it happened. From security. Okay, yeah, because she contacted security. She tried to help her. Miss Ines, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether?
What? I slipped up. My sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding.
I see. Could you please add that to your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
Is she the healer? To stop the bleeding? Hold on, I think I'll press her again. Your sister knows how to use a first aid kit.
Yeah. It was covered in our training when we first started working. With all those nobles around, I guess the headmaster wanted to make sure we were prepared.
A device?
It's an artificery device that allows long-range communication. Some of those devices are placed around the school for use during an emergency.
I see. So who did you contact?
I wasn't sure, honestly. I could hear a lot of people talking on the other end. That particular device broadcast to the headmaster's office and the city watch barracks. I imagine that's why the headmaster was able to activate the lockdown so quickly.
I see.
Sure, I lost too much blood, okay. I just need to prove that they didn't use first aid. Okay. Do I present that? Maybe I present the autopsy report?
Objection!
Ah.
What is the meaning of this? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Dianis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you?
No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady's the only one to tell me to wait there.
Well, I suppose I should consider myself lucky. You see, Miss Dianis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it.
Yeah, so?
So please explain to the court, Miss Dianis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body?
What? I know I screwed up. But I saw that wound on her. What happened?
There's clearly something amiss here, but I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert?
When someone lies, they stay as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. Minute details, sorry. In her thoughts, Valentina says she was sure that she saw a wound on Bellwether, and she also mentioned that Valerie was the one who tried to save the professor. If she didn't try to save Bellwether with first aid, could she have used magic instead? Her sister could be the mage you're looking for. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Ionis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds, but she didn't use first aid. She used magic.
No! He found us out?
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed.
How so, Miss Steelwind?
Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages.
What? Wait, how can you be so sure?
During the investigation, we had both Ionis sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses.
Then that means...
That's correct. Neither of the Ionis sisters could attune to the compendium.
Ah, that's right. The Inquisition checked us both.
Happy and also nervous.
Neither of us are mages. Phew, that was close.
Damn it! Were you wrong about the Valerie being a mage then? No, that can't be right.
Her thoughts said you found us out.
That means you were right on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for.
Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold the spell compendium and avoid attuning to it?
No. It just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure I did the attunement correctly. There was no way a mage could avoid attuning to a compendium with them watching you.
Right. Commander White may be negligent sometimes, but even he isn't that careless.
Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options.
Oh, wait, I'm not done cross-examining this witness.
What did you possibly hope to glean from her testimony?
Valentina should be stressed out enough for me to see her more of her thoughts. But you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination.
Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time.
I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination.
That was close.
But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict.
Of course, Your Honor. Alright, it's all or nothing. If you can't find anything by reading your mind, this whole case is finished.
Witness, please give your testimony once more. Okay. Damn it! How long does he plan to keep me up here? Like I said, my sister and I saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. I was definitely surprised when I saw her like that. And now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. I can't go back on that. Now, I just need to play dumb. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Ugh, Valerie, you're too kind-hearted for your own good. Neither of us is a mage. Both of us held that book to the knight that the knight gave us. I was caught off guard when they asked us. They almost found us out. The commander was watching us the whole time. He can confirm it. It's a good thing we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked.
Ah, there we go. Valentina pretended to be Valerie. Ah, that's clever.
What are we going to do? We have very hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage.
Valerie is the mage we are looking for. I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they treat the Inquisition? It's a good thing that they're twins. Did you pull some kind of trick to deceive the Inquisition while attuning, Miss Ionis?
Of course not. We know that lying to the Inquisition would get us in trouble. Why would either of us take a risk like that?
Living as an unregistered mage is a serious crime. If Valerie was a mage, then you would have been charged with fraud right then and there.
Yeah, but we already proved neither of us are mages.
The eye seems to differ.
Think through this. This isn't like a normal cross-examination. Nearly all of her thoughts will be suspicious and contrary to her testimony. What you need to do is find out what the thought that gives you a thread to pull on. In this case, you need to find a thought that implies how the twins tricked the commander. Find out the thought that holds the clue and interpret it to proceed. I think I already figured it out.
Objection!
Miss Ionis, your thoughts betray you.
What?
You found the thought. It must have done something. But what? It must have happened when Commander White was when Commander White was interrogating them.
Orin was the one who collected their statements.
Did he notice anything off about their behavior?
From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious.
Quirks?
He told me that they were running and spinning around him during the questioning.
Ah, that's also to confuse him that's meant to confuse him. Making him confusing one for the other. What does that mean?
I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their coworker murdered.
Running and spinning. I thought also it's a good thing that we're twins. That means their so-called trick wouldn't have worked if they weren't twins. Places with Valerie. Of course! They switched places! Valentina attuned to the first spell companion, then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Miss Ionis, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Am I correct?
Yeah, the night watched us do it.
And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to those compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after another?
What? No way. Does he know what we did? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert.
Yes, I agree. The spell compendium would work regardless of what order they went in.
You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valentina and Valerie are identical. Hyenas are identical twins, which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. If Commander White didn't have them attuned at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other?
Objection!
This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. Owner wouldn't fail at such a basic task.
Really, Prosecutor Steelwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this?
Wait a minute, this is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. My sister and I are not mages.
Then prove it, Miss Hyenas. Bring in your sister and have you two attend. Bring in your sister, and we'll have you attune to 2 spell compendiums at the same time. Yeah, that's a bit of a typo because it didn't say you two attune. So yeah.
No, wait.
Order in the court. It's clear that we don't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie Hyenas to the stand. Bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums.
They both have their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people.
Alright, it's the moment of truth. You can only hope that your theory is correct.
No. Did he seriously?
What is it, Prosecutor Steelwind? What did you see?
What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future. It appears that the defense was correct. Valentina Hyenas isn't a mage, but Valerie Hyenas is. What's more, Valerie Hyenas' compendium contains the Mend Wound spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. But please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what exactly? You're an unregistered mage, and you and your sister have made fools out of all of us with your perjury. How would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwind? What? Did you think we didn't notice your name? You're not like us. You don't have to hide. Whatever. This whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding would cause so much trouble. And I won't let someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. Please let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day.
Very well. But understand that there will be repercussions for your actions, witness.
Yes, I know. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer, and I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead.
There was a hole in her stomach?
Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not by my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body.
I see. Well,
His words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit, but he has no choice. The case against Wallace is predicated on Bellwether's being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him.
very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave not—
Objection!
Ah, shit.
I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony.
And what would that be, Miss Steelwind?
Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Valentina used the communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast mend wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. The communication device that Valentina Arcane has used logs the time of the day during each use. From this log, we know that Valentina uses the device at 3:04 p.m. This was an hour after the time of death.
Where are you going with this?
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found.
I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over her face. There were shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert?
Shit. Wait, that can't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found? So how did Jen see her half an hour after her death? Oh, illusory disguise. Illusion magic.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, how could one make a dead body move and walk around?
No, you can't mean.
There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used necromancy to animate her corpse.
An undead within the Imperial Academy? How reprehensible! That's ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach when the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that.
Animate corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. You could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead Bellwether's wounds.
But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim.
If that were true, how did they move the body into the classroom?
Shit.
Miss Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. Would the Inquisition happen to know where?
Regrettably, we do not.
Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence.
I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. We will give law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned.
Hey, are you feeling okay?
A body is seen moving around an hour after death. It clearly wasn't Bellwether, or at least she wasn't alive when this happened. So what was it?
Tyrion?
There's illusion magic involved. There has to be. But which spell was it? Could it have been an illusory disguise?
Tyrion!
What?
You've been quiet since the trial ended. You were making me worried.
Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelman said.
You mean about her theory? It's a little creepy when you think about it. Do you really think someone turned the professor into an undead?
I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic.
But then how was she walking around?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount the use of high-level necromancy.
No matter what, someone used an illusion. But aren't there spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises?
I honestly don't know. We need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Wait, didn't Aerie say that she was studying illusion magic? She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible.
Is that really a good idea?
What do you mean?
What if she's the one who created the illusion?
What?
You're detecting fear from her again.
Celeste, are you scared of Ares?
What? No.
I saw this morning too. You always get really scared when she's around.
Oh, I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real, but for years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. You kinda have to if you want to stay alive.
Sorry, I never knew.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped my life. But when I'm near Ares, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling like I'm in front of a predator I could never hope to be. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by.
Really? But she doesn't seem that dangerous.
I know. Maybe I'm just anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge a person by their appearance. Sorry. Forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that.
You're not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable, and if Ares is making her scared, that must mean something. But if Ares is really that dangerous, then that's all the more reason to talk to her.
But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said.
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found.
She said, along with another witness. That means there was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around.
Right. Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness, so talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. But do you think Steelman would tell us who that witness was?
At this point, we won't lose anything by trying.
In any case, it looks like that you have your work cut out for you. So where should you start first?
The Walking Dead.
Tyrion? What are we doing here?
I'm not sure.
For some reason, you felt drawn to this place.
Wait, is that Ares?
Celeste points further into the cemetery. There you see Ares standing in front of the gravestone.
Yeah, I have a feeling she's the reason why all those weird, glitchy things or Jedi mind tricks are happening. Be like, oh no, what's happening? Oh no, it's all fine now.
She's placing flowers on it and appears to be chanting a short prayer.
Well, we found her.
We should probably talk to her later. We would be rude to disturb her now.
As you're about to leave, Ares suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can see her beckoning you over.
Oh, hello there. Were you two looking for me?
Sorry, we were looking for you, but we understand if you'd rather talk later.
No, I was just finishing up here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case.
Oh?
What the fuck was she doing? That's a grave for an individual that you don't know. It'd be best to leave it undisturbed. It's the graves that Ares was at earlier. The name on the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime seems to be awfully short. She must have been only 12 years old when she died. Emily Grant.
Repario Arcanum!
That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable.
Thank you. Were you in the gallery?
I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theater, but now I see that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch.
Entertaining?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You see the odds are stacked against him, but then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and steals the trial in his favor.
I've never really thought of it like that.
But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions.
I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself.
But is that really true? Don't you find the experience
Oh, what the fuck?
Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion?
Oh man, she kind of showed her true colors there for a second. Oh yeah, she's clearly using illusion magic. I wouldn't really put it that way.
You're far too modest. You save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in shining armor.
Earlier you said you were studying illusion magic.
I am. Did you want me to ask me about the prosecution's theory?
Yes, actually. How did you know?
It was easy to guess after seeing you in the courthouse. Anyway, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steven said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that.
What if someone created a freestanding illusion?
A freestanding illusion?
Yeah. We know that Wallace didn't animate and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around?
For something like that, one would probably use Major Illusion.
A 3-dimensional illusion, within changing of the 10-foot cube, concentrating the casting enemy minimum. The image should a different location within range. Okay. It's purely visual, cannot be physically touched.
What is it?
I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. Do you remember what Jan said? Yeah, that contradicts his testimony.
Oh, it's clear that you're messing the hallways. Bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards of dirt everywhere.
If the Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, then she couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell wouldn't have any mass.
I see. How perceptive of you. Aren't there any other illusion magic spells that do have mass? No, illusions can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. But there isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. So that means someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether. Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't. Calm down, I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling out such an elaborate ruse.
Anyways, this does tell us one important thing.
What's that?
The Bellwether that Jan saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion. It was someone or something disguised as Bellwether. Oh, they probably use illusory disguise on a construct because it has her voice recordings.
It's quite a shame, isn't it?
Ares looks pensively at the gravestone. The name of the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have been only 12 years old when she died.
Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew?
Not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the academy as a part of a program run by the headmaster Redmond. At the time, the headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit these mages to the academy without having to pay in tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages. Wow, that must have been an amazing opportunity for them. The truth is, none of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans and obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the academy,
the academy would be obliged to give her medical treatment.
The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now, but healing spells can only treat wounds. They cannot cure illnesses. Emily's condition only got worse over the years, and eventually, she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives.
And that's why he decided to learn it himself.
Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy. And Wallace taught himself the spells that he knows of today. So that's why. It was supposed to stay a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out.
Oh yeah, she's constantly using illusory magic.
Arcanum.
Okay. Okay, let's move.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert.
Steelwind, what are you doing here?
After what happened in the trial yesterday, I decided it would be best to start my investigation here.
Right. Wallace was in the library for the entire morning, so it makes sense that she started search here.
Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eddie's ill matter anywhere? It's my understanding that you're both acquainted with each other.
Ares? What do you want with her?
It's not for anything serious, mind you. It's just that oaf of a commander lost her spell compendium. Now that we need to produce another one for our records. If you see her, please let her know we'd like to speak to her.
We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now.
Once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistake.
Anyways, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case.
Very well, I suppose I still need to honor our deal from earlier.
Have you any luck by finding the scene of the crime?
Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we only have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took, but none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of a struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I'm mainly basing off the fact of the Iona's sister's testimonies. Valerie in particular noticed there was bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, her body's wounds were mended, so we cannot determine what kind of weapon the murderer used.
During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwethers walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that.
You're caught a little off guard.
You've been pretty transparent with your investigation so far. What's changed?
I have no obligation to justify myself to you, nor do I have an obligation to help this opposition.
Didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't seem exactly fair to us.
I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Her family is dangerous.
The Eye of Horus catches a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous. What does it mean?
Is there something about this witness's family that you're worried about?
No. This could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you have to try harder if you want to bluff me.
She referred to the witness as her. Furthermore, she said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like she's not willing to share any more at the moment. Maybe try looking somewhere else. Locker room. You spend some time wandering through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room.
From what I understand, Miss Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things?
Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out until this case is over and done with.
Commander White? And the headmaster too. Oh, hello Mr. Cuthbert.
Hey, kid.
In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things.
Sure. It looks like Commander White is standing in guard in front of this locker room. And it doesn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he the one on Steelwind's orders? He might have been able to tell you who the secret witness is.
What was the headmaster talking to you about?
Supposedly, he has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. The problem is, Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, apparently. She won't even let the other knights in here.
Really? Is that normal?
Nope, but things are rarely are when she's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strange lately. She's been a real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell what's going on through her head.
You mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case?
Oh god damn it, fucking bot! Okay, hold on. Toro crazy.
Begone. Begone, bot. You are out of my Twitch chat.
Nah, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides.
What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that?
I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. When we scanned each and every one of those crime scenes, nothing turned up. I got to say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her.
Why do you say that?
These homicides, I haven't seen anything like them. They're probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. For one of those cases, we ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. And you know what the spouse does? She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around where she worked. The barkeep told the city watch all about what was happening. But no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day the barkeep arrived home. But little did she know the spouse was waiting there for her. The poor lady never had a chance. Then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks him a big roast, using the barkeep's remains. Holy shit.
Damn.
Wow. That story's plenty.
I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds, and that these homicides were some kind of sick test run.
Magic that can control people's minds.
But wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense?
Mage Blight?
When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse.
I've seen my fair share of mage blight cases, and this isn't like that. Not of all the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said it was things like, "It wasn't me," or "I didn't have a choice."
They didn't have a choice. What could that mean?
I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things that they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility. You wonder if you can mislead the commander to revealing who the secret witness is.
During the trial, Miss Steelwind mentioned someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether Tot walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them.
Huh. Nice strike, kid.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't.
What? She's even hiding it from the Inquisition commander. Why is she being so secretive? It looks like the commander doesn't know who the secret witness is either.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Steelwind's behavior is strange, though.
Perhaps you can try analyzing her behavior. If you- oh shit, oops. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you. Okay.
Okay, Steelwind's behavior has been strange this time around. She's been hiding elements of the case, even from the commander. Anyone can tell that she doesn't have much faith in him.
I'm standing right here.
But this is the first time I've seen her hide details of a case from him. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? Okay. Paranoia, arrogance, logic. Paranoia? Her actions must have been driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she would utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. It's because she doesn't trust them.
I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us.
But there is one exception. Who has Steelwind trusted for this case? There are individuals who she's trusted more than the Inquisition during this case. Us. She let us investigate the crime scenes without any restrictions.
Yeah, I never really thought about that. Does she trust us that much?
I don't think personal trust is the reason. Why does she trust us this time? We don't usually interact with her. And she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. Tyrion, Headmaster, yeah. Tyrion is controlled, capable of, a member of, employee of, controlled. A member, an employee, controlled, capable of, a member of, an ability, using magic, the faculty, the Inquisition, ability, using magic. Is capable of somebody else. Why does she trust us? Isn't capable, isn't controlled by the Inquisition? No? The nobility? Ah, yeah. Steelwind doesn't know much about us, but she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption.
Right. You indicated on noble during the last case.
Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the noble's whims.
Well, I can't argue with you there.
Why can't you infer about the secret witness? Using my insight, I could tell that she's worried about this witness's family. And if she's worried about the corruption from the nobility, then that can only mean one thing. The witness is a noble. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she's so wary of inference.
But we're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us?
You recall seeing a thought through the eye.
So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. The family's dangerous.
I think she's worried about our safety.
Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But
I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Tamora.
Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the noble's bad side. I'm sure the Pierce family still has it out for us.
This can only mean that the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor is wary of them, they could be even as powerful as the Steelwinds.
wait, don't tell me we're dealing with one of the 4 pillars.
4 pillars?
It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I recall correctly, the 4 pillars are House Freyja, House Von Sanctus, House Sybil, and House Steelwind.
Steelwind is part of one of them?
Yeah, which makes it so much weirder that she's serving as a prosecutor.
So we have 3 families to pick from. What is it?
Steelwind's weird behavior started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene, and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later, she came back to the lecture hall and booted everyone out.
Her behavior changed after investigating this room. That means she found something here.
And that something must point to a family from the 4 pillars.
The commander looks a bit anxious. You know, Steelwind's orders say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand.
Don't worry, just leave it to us.
I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at.
Alright. Oh, there's an arcane construct back here.
It's probably here to aid the students. Anyways, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. For now. But perhaps you should make a small note of it anyways. You can use your legend, you look around the rest, and find some notable student names.
Ah.
Well,
You open Wallace's locker. Inside, you find a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit.
Huh. I didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this.
It does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyways, you should try looking through the lockers. Alright, Miriam Frege. You open the locker with Miriam Frege's ID number. Inside, you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks.
wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them.
You open the notebook and look through its pages. It appears to be research on the art of necromancy.
These are Wallace's notebooks.
But why are they in Miriam's Freya's locker? Did Miriam steal his things?
What's going on here? You and Celeste check the locker more thoroughly.
Wait a minute. Tyrion, take a look at this!
That's blood. Oh shit.
Alright, check Jaden Von Sanctus. Inside, you find several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion.
There's nothing but lotion in here.
Oh.
I wonder why a student would need this much lotion.
You take one look at the bottle. You take one of the bottles and to inspect it more closely.
Oh, wait, Tyrion! Don't touch those with your hands!
Oh my god, is this a fapping joke? It's some kind of sanitizing liquid. It's a little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. Oh my god, is that some sort of masturbation joke? Oh my god, that's funny. Warren Sybil.
Inside, you find some textbooks that are neatly stacked on top, and a neatly stacked deck of tarot cards.
Oh, it's like one of those cards that fortune tellers use.
I wonder if this student studies divination magic. But anyways, I don't think this is related to the case.
We found a few things, but I can't really make sense of any of it.
We should look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of the lockers. And whatever that was, it made her extremely paranoid. Miriam Frege.
No matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Freya's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood.
But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there.
Do you think someone stole it?
No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it.
Oh right, Mara mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence.
But with that said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frege's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal things from him, but it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Remember what Wallace told us before. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number of my locker, then they switch it with the number of another locker. They thought it was funny whenever the student owned that locker got angry with me.
So someone switched the nameplates.
This means that this isn't Miriam Freya's locker, it's Wallace's.
But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker.
It appears so. Yeah. But if that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been a perfect time to present what she found? It was a bloody item and found in the defendant's locker after all. She could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched too.
Right, that is weird.
There's something more to this than you aren't seeing, but what?
I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves.
Oh, you're back.
We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Miss Steelwind,
Are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frege?
I underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert, I won't fall for such an obvious bluff.
It's not a bluff, Miss Steelwind, and I'll prove it to you using evidence we gathered. Bring it. Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason, it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frege. If you can convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. Bring it. Okay, it's extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence. However, she has become secretive lately, and her actions seem to stem from paranoia. She's uneasy about the case elements that are related to Miriam Frege, and she's very inclined to hide Freya's for the quote at all costs. Okay. You've been behaving strangely, Steelwind. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Please just tell me, why are you being so paranoid?
I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert.
Nothing about my behavior has changed.
I've approached this case objectively, just like I have with every other case.
The evidence in the locker? Shit!
And what's that supposed to be?
It's clear evidence and fuck, I screwed myself. Okay. Okay, I need to use something else. No. No. Nothing about my behavior has changed. Yeah, evidence. It's uneasy about the case elements to read. Okay. Okay, so that's not fucking right. She shoved her out of the way. She not over the reason you started. So join her. So this all was due. So I have to prove that. Hold on. Nothing about my being. Why are you being so paranoid? I need to prove that she's paranoid. I guess. Steelwind's orders. Oh, and so to present that. I just missed that. You have ordered the Knights to stay away from the crime scene. And you've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. And that is not normal behavior for a prosecutor.
I took those actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How could I possibly trust them with anything?
The Knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated the task to the Inquisition, and you could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason.
Then why don't you enlighten me?
Why would I act in such a way?
What would cause me to behave so strangely?
The compendium? Yeah. This is the real reason why you've been acting so strangely. What kind of real reason? Fuck. This? Oh, I still use that. You know that the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility. So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind, and I believe that noble is Miriam Frege.
Again with this, do you think you can bluff me by throwing out names of random nobles? Not every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. As I said before, I'll say it again.
My investigation doesn't involve the Freges.
Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frege.
Okay, now I use this evidence. Then how do you explain this, Steelwind? The commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday.
We investigated the lockers of the students from the 4-pillar families, and we found stains of blood in a locker with Miriam Frega's ID number, and it was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone, and we heard you became extremely paranoid after you found something in the locker room. If I had to guess, I'd say you took the bloody object as evidence.
And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims?
What?
The only thing you have is evidence of a bloodstain. There is a myriad of explanations for that. Every time you mention... everything else you mention is pure speculation.
You can't prove that a piece of evidence exists.
I could have found any number of things in that room. Or possibly nothing at all.
Do I threaten the prosecutor? Let's not be coy, Miss Steelwind. Anyone can tell the bloodstain is the most notable thing in that room.
How are you so sure? You weren't there with me during my investigation. As I've said, any number of things could have happened to change my behavior. Shit.
Oh yeah, this one's hard. Appeal? No, you're hiding evidence, Steelwind. Do you not see how wrong that is? You don't have any proof that it's fuck. Yeah, threaten. You found an object in the locker with Miriam Freya's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand.
That's ridiculous. You brought under the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave.
Can you unequivocally prove that, Miss Steelwind? Because the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt there. Enough doubt for me to pull Miss Frege into the witness stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that.
Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I?
Aha!
Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility, but I admit that Miriam Frege was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day.
I see. I had some suspicions, but...
There's also another matter.
Steelwind looks uneasy.
When I was investigating the body, I found this.
Evidence of academic dishonesty. A tightly packed folder containing several documents. The documents contain evidence detailing multiple instances of plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offenses committed by Miriam Frege. What the?
It looks like Miriam's been cheating at school.
But why would Bellwether have something like this?
From the way it's arranged, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frege is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She won a litany of awards, and she would most definitely graduate with honors. If these files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think that the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. I discovered to look through her belongings, and I mistakenly looked through the locker with her ID. I found this in that locker.
A bloody rapier. Rapier covered in blood. It was found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. Apparently, it's valuable family heirloom to House Frege. It was reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder.
It's very likely that this is the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Frege, and for a few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. And it was found in Wallace's locker.
Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in court?
To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frege by any means necessary. I knew it! You're just protecting her, aren't you?
Miss McCoy, do you recall how Wivengard's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi,
or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime.
What do you suppose will happen if we bring Miriam Frege onto the stand? House Frege won't allow one of its members to be indicted by the court indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate for your defendant, and they'll use the Inquisition to do so.
So that's why you've been keeping me away from the investigation.
Can't you do anything? The Steelwinds are powerful too, aren't they? I do not have the support of my house. Right now I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Steelwind, you know that this isn't fair for us. Just do nothing and let us win.
Celeste!
If we can't go after Miriam, then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. As a prosecutor, it's not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's the counter-corruption from another noble house. I'm sorry.
Do you know where Miriam is right now?
Didn't you hear what I said? You can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility that you'll indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Frege down upon you.
Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know everything that happened. Frege is the last piece I need to put everything together.
Well, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Her dormitory is room 107. I imagine that she'll be there considering the classes are suspended.
Thank you, Steelwind.
If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably find it out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful.
Here we go.
You follow Miss Steelwind's directions and find Miriam Frege's dorm room. The doors leading to the cement inside seems a lot more neatly decorated than other dorms. You go and knock on the door, but you don't realize that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes into contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open.
Excuse me, how dare you barge into my room? These insects have no respect.
Sorry, I meant to knock, but...
Construct, remove these hoodlums from my room.
No.
Oh, actually, no, it's in Bellwether's voice. Actually, why does she put her voice in the fucking construct? That's weird. Acknowledged.
From the corner of the room, an arcane construct stands up and makes its way towards you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you.
Oh shit.
You only have enough time to raise your arms and brace yourself for impact. You close your eyes and wait for the blow. But instead you hear a clang of steel against steel. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. Her sword is drawn and she's using it to block the construct's fist. Upon taking a closer look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her.
Construct, stand down. Acknowledged. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant.
Celeste looks angry but puts away her sword without a word.
I haven't noticed you around the campus. Are you a new student? If she has a personal attendant, she must be important.
What? You see an opportunity.
Yes, my master just enrolled here recently.
What?
Celeste gives you a puzzled look, but you make a silent gesture back. After a moment, she seems to realize what you're doing.
Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miriam Frege? Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, miss. I'm Celeste.
She catches herself and pauses for an awkward moment.
Steelwind? Steelwind! I'm Celeste Steelwind.
Oh god. You can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe.
Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. She must be from a branch family. Maybe I can use her.
Wait, she's actually buying this?
Steelwind. I just moved in and I thought I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're the top student in the field of conjugation. Oh, god damn it.
Conjuration!
Yes.
Well, there's no backing out now. Miss Freya, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about...
Excuse me, I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak.
Ah, shit.
Oh, here we go.
Celeste is still smiling, but you can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together.
So, we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always been an acquaintance of House Frege.
She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. It might be better to let her take the lead on the questioning.
We heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Could you tell us more about what happened? Oh, you heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Arya, is she? You know, I'm just curious is all. You know how uneventful life can be sometimes, being a noble and all.
Alright, tone it down.
Oh, is that all? I was worried you were gonna do this going down the same path as that poor, confused Arya.
What does she mean by that?
But I'm in the middle of a study break anyways. I suppose I have some time to sate your curiosity. Construct, please prepare some tea. Use that lotus tea we imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She could be useful if I can win her favor. Acknowledged. Lotus tea? You have lotus juice?
You feel like you're slowly losing control of the situation.
I heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallways when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember what time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I'll let entire hours pass by without noticing.
Do you have a rough idea at least?
I think it was in the morning?
She thinks it was in the morning.
But anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was a short encounter. She's nervous. I merely greeted her, and she responded in kind. Or at least that's what should have happened.
That thought just now. What does it mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In a small motions, you shake your head to indicate that Miriam is holding something back.
Were you and the professor really on good terms? I heard that she was pretty mean towards the other students. Towards the riffraff maybe, but not to students like us. She was a great ally to House Frege. Or at least she used to be.
Oh.
That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster.
Oh.
Wait, what did you just say?
Oh shit.
Did you say that your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board. We were making plans to have her replace that lout, Redmond.
They were going to sack the headmaster?
Did the headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was a part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were also going to replace all the staff members with arcane constructs.
Oh shit. Oh, she's trying to blackmail her house into doing what she wants.
We had to keep everything under wraps, or else the help would have left prematurely. And where would that leave us?
But Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan, or was Jan lying about how he found out?
But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans.
Oh shit, okay. This was supposed to happen a few weeks ago. What the fuck?
So, we have heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become of the investigation anyways? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute it myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes. Someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room.
How did they get into your room in the first place?
Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out.
This means the thief came through one of the doors or windows.
I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure that street child like him just knows how to pick a lock.
Anger.
I've heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course, as an inheritor of House Frager, my grades are impeccable. It feels good to have my greatness recognized.
That's strange. You don't see anything contradictory through the eye this time. You make a gesture towards Celeste, continuing to turn your pressing her.
Oh, what kind of magic do you study here? You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration, just like most members of my house. The School of Conjuration? That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and teleportation, right? Yes, I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in research study. It's nice to work with someone of my caliber.
Again, you don't see any thoughts that contradict what she's saying. Does that mean she's not lying? If she's smart enough to get to the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating?
You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Arya? Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. But I'm sure it must pain you to see the way that she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard.
Hang in there, Celeste.
Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A steel one running around a crime scene like a common night. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me.
Anger. Does the nobility not approve of Sealwind becoming a prosecutor? You always thought that it's strange. What's motivating her to do this?
Honestly, she thinks she can do anything because of her betrothed.
Esther deserves better. Oh. Betrothed? She has a fiancé? Celeste's eyes perk up upon hearing this. You'd be lying if you weren't also curious as to who this Astor is. But you shoot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused. You can't risk blowing your cover for some gossip.
You have an arcane construct in your room. I thought they only had them in the library and the locked room. This construct was a gift from House Von Sanctus. I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should. A construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Unfortunately, there's still some issues with their intelligence. Their intelligence? There are issues when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you.
Miriam turns to the construct and begins gesturing towards it.
Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then, cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table. Acknowledged. What?
The construct stands up and retrieves Miriam's textbooks from one of the shelves in the room. It brings them up to the table you're sitting at, just like she ordered. But then it suddenly stops moving.
Wait, what happened? The construct obviously can't cast Steelwind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. But did you notice something else? It ignored your third command too. Correct! My third command was possible to carry out.
So why did it ignore that command? The constructs execute a series of commands in order that they are given, but let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the sequence of commands. Exactly.
Ah, okay.
Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement.
Oh, right. Let's go, servant. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. I will see you around.
You make your way back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time you've spent, you've only have a brief amount of time before night falls.
Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We're getting a lot out of her.
We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she's likely to see through our ruse.
Right.
So, why Steelwind?
I don't know. I panicked. Arya's like the only noble I know.
What about Pierce?
I'm not using that creep's name.
Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name.
And we got a statement on what she saw that day.
And there's also about what she said about a rapier.
I believe she was lying when she said it was stolen. She was probably trying to establish an alibi.
I'm not so sure.
Why do you say that?
Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But she had to choose a murder weapon. Why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I understand if the murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She might have just used something nearby in this case. But if this was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose.
Right. I guess that makes sense.
There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty. This is a matchup of what we heard from Miriam.
You know that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? She was probably just making things up to look good in front of me.
I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can usually tell when someone's lying. And a lie as grandiose as something that would be something I would definitely see through.
People can subconsciously shield themselves from the eyes of Horus, even if they don't know about it. But when they do that, you usually cannot see any thoughts from them. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. You would have seen dissonant thoughts if she was lying about her grades.
Well, I guess I'll trust your insight, but what does this mean?
I don't know. Even with everything we found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I can use. But that's a big maybe.
If you don't play your cards right, you might spook the Fraggers enough for them to pay off the judge.
Either way, it's getting late. We'll probably have to return in soon.
Yeah.
You just hope you did enough to acquit Wallace.
Court is now resumed for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may not have been left by the defendant. It may have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to shield the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses and well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. This leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this?
Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, it is likely that the murder took place in the library.
Interesting. What led you to this conclusion, Miss Steelwind?
First, I'd like to remind the court where the victim was sighted before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the center of the building.
Our meeting was scheduled for 12 p.m. according to my schedule for that day. Our meeting lasted for an hour.
This brings us to the statement of the next witness, a student at the academy. The student saw the victim walking in the hallways. I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Which means that our first witness saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably this would have happened after meeting her there. That would this time encounter around 1 PM. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Ionis contacted security. I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in the classroom. Valentina used the communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. As we've already established, this event occurred at 3:04 PM, but the significance of this time is in what occurred before the body was discovered. The second witness, a member of the cleaning staff, spotted the victim in the West Wing hallway.
Bellwether knocked over her face and said there was shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
This means that the encounter must have happened no later than 2:30 PM. And this implies that the victim was near the library between 1 PM and 2:30 PM. According to the defendant's statement, he was in the library during this time period. Furthermore, the time of death was at 2:07 PM. This means that Mr. Hughes saw the victim's animated body. Okay. The following timelines. Okay.
I see. Your deduction clearly tracks, Miss Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert?
The prosecution's argument is definitely well thought out, Your Honor.
However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all the witnesses involved.
Steelwind's deduction has to have a hole somewhere, and since your conversation yesterday, you have a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. If you want to get to the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her through a cross-examination.
Your Honor, to test out the validity of these claims, the defense would like both of these witnesses to testify. The defense calls Miriam Frege to the stand.
Frege?
At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale.
I had a feeling it would come to this.
Do you have any objections, Miss Steelwind?
I do not, Your Honor.
Very well. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege to the stand.
Oh boy, she's pissed.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the— You little snakes! How dare you deceive me! Oh, looks like she found out. I had the opportunity to debrief the witness beforehand. Miss McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. I do not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave you all the tea that I imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. I demand that you return it to me. No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now.
I'm not sure what your business with the witness is, Miss McCoy, but I ask that you please handle your personal disputes outside of the courtroom.
Anyways, Miriam, could you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim? Very well. I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my room and went on a walk, and that's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind. After that, she headed towards the library. A short time after that, I went back to my room and I continued my work.
I see, so it was only a brief encounter.
However brief it was, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One, that Mr. Frege saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim head towards the library. This gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death.
That does seem consistent.
Did Bellwether really enter the library that day?
You feel like you would have seen her there if she did. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Was this research project a part of your schoolwork?
It was an independent study to develop a new conjuration spell formula. The project is being sponsored by the Crown Prince himself. I wasn't aware that he was involved in such a study. Of course you wouldn't. Did you expect to know every aspect of his life, dear Arya?
Anger. You sense a bit of aggression.
If you don't keep an eye on him, House Frigga might just steal him back from you.
Oh, is he Aster?
As if His Highness would align himself with your rapacious family.
How?
Our banking houses form the economic infrastructure of our kingdom, but perhaps he'll come to the Steel Winds if he needs to clear a den of goblins.
With all due respect, may we please focus on the matter at hand?
Of course, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you sure that you saw her exit the headmaster's office?
Yes, I remember it clearly. I was surprised that she was still meeting with the headmaster at all.
She must be talking about how they were plotting to replace him.
Did you interact with the professor at all, Miriam?
Did anything seem off about her?
No, but it was a very short encounter. It was not as if we stopped to have a conversation.
You said that you greeted her, and she responded. What words did she use?
Why is that important?
Oh, she's nervous. Miss Freyja, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day. Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important.
Well, I bid her good morning, and she said good morning in response. After that, she headed towards the library.
Did you see her enter the library?
I didn't, but there's not much else in that direction. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in the area for more than an hour.
How long did you leave your dorm room?
Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my breaks go for too long.
And you didn't see the professor again after your first encounter?
No, I did not. Her testimony seems to be pretty straightforward, but she could still be lying.
I'm honestly not sure. We'll just have to focus on her statements about how Bellwether acted. Exiting the office. She was walking towards her. Oh, I see. She was walking towards me, so I bid her good morning, and she responded. Okay, this has more information in it. Okay. Oh, wait, good morning. Oh. wait, actually, hold on. Where's the fucking count? Ah, there we go. Good morning. Oh, wait, I figured it out. Theodore ran in a meeting with it. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Ah, I figured it out. Yep. Found it.
Objection!
Gotcha, bitch. Miss Freyja, if I recall correctly, you have a habit of getting absorbed in your work. So much so that you even lose track of time of day.
Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony?
Early in today's proceedings, the prosecutor made the following argument.
Our first witness saw Bellwether leave the meeting with the headmaster. That would time this encounter around 1 p.m.
Miss Freyja, if you had said good morning to the professor, you would have been mistaken. Because that encounter could only happen during the afternoon.
And your point is? You said it yourself, Mr. Cuthbert. The witness simply lost track of time.
What the witness said isn't
isn't what's important here. The significance is what the professor said in response. She had just come out of the meeting that was scheduled for noon. She would have been well aware that it was no longer morning, so why would she respond good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness?
The encounter was extremely short, and the victim's mind may have been preoccupied. She could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. I'm going to be honest, I kind of agree with her. It's not hard to believe they were both confused about the time.
It's definitely a stretch, but you still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Every time you ask her about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks something up. There has to be something there.
Miss Frege, you haven't been entirely truthful in your testimony, have you?
That's absurd! What reason would I have to lie? It's such a small detail, why does he even care?
Every detail about how she acted is important, Miss Frege. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury.
Yes, you will stop this at once.
Miss Frege, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to your greeting, aren't you?
It doesn't make a difference. All she did was yell at me.
All she did was yell? Miss Frege, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly?
Why do you care? What difference does it make? Why is he being so persistent?
My job is to make sure every part of your testimony is truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant.
Mr. Cuthbert, you will stop this or I'll find you in contempt.
Oh yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid of their house. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frege?
So what if she did? I mean...
I'm sorry, but there's no going back on what you just said. So, you do admit that she yelled at you?
You impertinent little... Yes, I admitted the professor didn't greet me back on that day. Oh, good morning, Professor. Be quiet. She yelled at me to be quiet, but until then she had nothing but courteous with... But until then we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. But that's it. Everything I said was the truth. Don't believe me, right? I did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. That part is true.
Oh? So, she wasn't lying about that. So, is that all, Mr. Cuthbert? What do you mean, is that all? You badgered this witness. You can prove what exactly? The witness committed perjury. The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. A detail that was inconsequential to the case. It was clearly an act with no malicious intent.
Shit. After seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. You were so sure that the eye would lead you somewhere, but Frege was only lying to save face.
The witness saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head towards the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert?
No. I suppose I don't.
Wait, is this really okay? At this rate, this will be the only chance you have to cross-examine her.
I don't think she's lying anymore. And I was really pushing my luck earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. But if Miriam is the one lying, then... The defense has no further questions for the witness, Miss Steelwind.
The prosecutor stays silent for a while. She almost looks disappointed.
Very well, Miriam. You are dismissed.
Miriam still looks like she's fuming, but she leaves the room without protest. The judge breathes a sign of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room.
Now with that out of the way, what else do you have, Mr. Cuthbert?
The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses. If it wasn't Miriam, then... Steelwind, to test your theory, you must question every witness that saw the victim that day. So with that said, the defense would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand.
I hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rests on the assumption that one of the witness accounts is incorrect. If your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, then I hope you're ready to concede.
You don't like the sound of it, but she's right. Until you can find something in Jan's testimony, you won't really have anything to disprove her theory.
Bailiff, please bring in Mr. Hughes. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom.
Witness? Name and occupation? Right. My name is Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff of the academy.
Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about your encounter with the professor that day.
Sure. I saw the prosecutor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before the body was discovered. She walked by me. She looked pretty out of it. How she was undead when this happened. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty classroom.
Well, that was straightforward.
Come on, Jan. What are we supposed to do with that?
I don't know, you guys are the lawyers. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Okay. How are you sure that it was 30 minutes before?
I always check the time to make sure I'm on schedule. I was supposed to finish cleaning the halls by 3 p.m.
Right. The body was discovered at 3:04 p.m.
What was the professor like, Mr. Hughes?
Did anything else look off about her?
I mean, yeah, she was an undead after all.
That remains to be proven.
If you say so.
Anyways, what was her demeanor like?
She looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. But I guess she was just dead on the inside. Literally.
I believe you've forgotten a few details about what the professor did.
Yeah? Sorry, it's hard to remember these things sometimes.
Which details should you ask him for? Did she touch anything? Did she make any sounds? Did you hear her make any sounds?
Oh, yeah. After she knocked over the vase, she yelled at me to be quiet. But I didn't even say anything.
This detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Hughes.
Whatever you say, man.
I heard she was undead, which is pretty creepy because she yelled at me. I don't think undead can naturally speak. Hold on. Create an undead with intelligence and it can't speak. Gotcha.
Objection!
Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words?
I think she yelled at me to be quiet.
What?
I thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. But I know better than to talk back to her.
That's the thing, Hughes. The prosecution's theory is as such. The professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using the animate corpse. With a quick illusion spell, no one would notice that she was undead. However, if that's what you truly... If what you saw was truly the undead Bellwether, how did she speak to you?
This doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Hughes, undead can follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak.
Perhaps the witness was mistaken.
No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remember because what she said didn't make any sense.
Exactly. He didn't say anything, but she still yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already established the victim was long dead before her encounter with Mr. Hughes. But what if we saw wasn't an undead? What was it?
It had to be an undead. What order of explanation is there?
It couldn't have been a major illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to shove Jan out of the way or knock over the vase. Whatever it was, probably used illusory disguise to make it look like Bellwether. Does it mean it was a person? It was a person? No. If it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall? Bellwether would have been able to turn herself invisible even if she was dead. And whatever Jan saw,
It needs to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. Oh, did they stuff the body in the armor? Oh shit. It would also needed to have a mask and the ability to speak. What created Bellwether's voice? Or at the very least, it needs to be something that can recreate Bellwether's voice. What could have done that? The fucking Arc construct. That's it!
Do you have an answer for us, Mr. Cuthbert? What did the witness actually see?
Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually heard was her voice being recreated using magic.
Are you trying to say that her voice was recreated using a spell?
Not a spell, Steelwind. It was artificery. And whoever the murderer is, they had the perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice.
You can't possibly mean...
That's right, Steelwind. What Miss Hughes saw was an arcane construct.
An arcane construct?
Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor.
But we ruled out such a possibility, haven't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the body to the classroom.
A person wouldn't have been able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Those suits of armor are extremely large, but more importantly, they're hollow.
I see. That means that theoretically, someone could have placed the victim's body inside of it.
The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body. With an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it.
Objection!
I commend your deduction, Mr. Cuthbert. I would have never considered that possibility. It's certainly plausible, but what does this prove exactly?
It proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer.
The defendant is still capable of performing all of those acts that you described. His compendium contains illusory disguise, after all.
There were several students in the library that day. Any of them could have committed the murder.
One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence. I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court.
From under a table, you see Miss Steelwind pull out the bloody rapier.
Blood? Is that?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon.
What are you trying to pull?
She was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was reported stolen by Miriam Freya weeks before the murder. And during the investigation, it was finally found in the defendant's locker.
Ah, shit. Wait.
He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in a paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his.
Shit.
Damn it. That's not what happened. But mostly, it sounds more plausible than what really took place.
We're basically back to square one, aren't we? Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things.
Wait, anyone? Is that really true? The construct transported the professor's body and someone used an illusion to make it look like her. They even used a pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? Could anyone have done that? Wait, did the headmaster kill her? Oh boy, that would be funny. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? Miriam? Or the headmaster? Oh, fuck. I mean, but that would mean indicting Miriam, though. Okay. The voice lines are going to be changed by the headmaster. Who ordered that? How should I hide the body? Was it the headmaster? Yeah. Several memories flood back to you. Yeah, it is the headmaster. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet.
She yelled at me to be quiet, but until then we've always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. Be quiet.
Sorry.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Ares begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening.
The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything else other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings.
No, it can't be him.
What is it, Tyrion? Did you figure something out?
I did. But is he seriously the one behind all of this? Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse, but that's simply not true.
How so? Anyone could have ordered the construct to carry the victim's body.
Yes, but not everyone can change what the constructs are able to say. Only one individual has the credentials for that. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy.
Wait, you're not serious, are you? You think the headmaster did all this?
I don't want to believe it, but he's the only person who could have done it.
That's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this.
Actually, Miss Steelwind, there's only one common element between each of the witnesses' encounters with Miss Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them.
She yelled at both of them to be quiet.
Miriam Frege was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor. But when greeted by the professor, Bellwether just shouted at her. Almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And recall her encounter with Jan Hughes. The professor knocked over her vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately after, even though he hadn't said anything.
She was responding to the sound of the vase breaking.
Now let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Miss Frege and Mr. Hughes?
Her meeting
with the headmaster. Wait, was she murdered in his office? Oh man! Damn, I wasn't expecting that until now. It appears that the defense truly means to induct Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice but to take a brief recess until he can be brought here.
There's no need.
Man, why is it whenever I give that voice to a character in this game, they end up being the murderer? I literally gave the exact same voice to Garrick Pierce, and now here I am giving it to Theodore Redmond, and he's the fucking murderer. God damn it.
Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery.
The headmaster stood up from the gallery and seats behind you and slowly walked onto the witness stand. Has he been here the entire time?
Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert, but do you think I am the one who committed this crime?
I'm sorry, Redmond, but no matter how I look at it, everything I found points to you.
No, There's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you on the lengths that you're going to defend dear Wallace.
The court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond.
Anger.
Now then, to clear the air, I suppose I should give my testimony on what happened that day. That day, I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. She showed up at the expected time, and we discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her next class. Despite our many disagreements, we still knew to be civil with one another. After all, she had no reason to bear a personal... I had no reason to bear a personal grudge against her.
I just can't see it. He seems like such a nice person.
I'm pretty sure he is. It's just he probably murdered her because he figured out her plan.
Is he really the person we're looking for?
He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. You just need to figure out how and why.
So she showed up exactly at 12 p.m.
More or less. Catherine Bellwether has many things, but she was never tardy.
She's pissed off at him. At her. There aren't any witnesses who saw her before the meeting, so you don't have a way to disprove what he's saying. It'd be best to look elsewhere in his testimony.
How long did the meeting last, Headmaster?
After hearing so much about her, I find that a little hard to believe.
I could see why you would say that. But despite everything, I was still her superior. She always remained professional when speaking with me.
Is that really true, though? I had no reason to have a personal grudge with her. Okay. Really? Even after the way she's acted towards the student and the faculty?
Make no mistake, I've heard many complaints regarding her actions. I've had many conversations with her to try to correct her behavior, but at the end of the day, she was a remarkable professor, regardless of her lack of people skills.
His testimony pretty much matches what we know so far.
I'm not entirely sure if he's lying or not, but at the very least we know that he was involved in the professor's murder. But why? Yeah, I think I know. Where's the gossip? No, not that. No, not that. Ah, there it is. Ready to fire the master. They were planning to fire him. Also found all the evidence of Arcane constructs was to keep a secret, but according to Jan, the Valerie revealed the whole plan. Oh shit. There it is.
Redmond, did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether? Of course not. I did have strong opinions about her methods of teaching, but I always remained professional. We both did.
Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have a very good reason to murder the professor,
considering that she was going to take her job.
What?
So you knew about that?
I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job?
According to Miriam Frege, Catherine Bellwether was currying favor with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Mr. Redmond and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy.
What? But in any case, I doubt that the headmaster had any idea of this until now.
I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, "So you knew about that." His reaction was one of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by this information. He was surprised that I knew this information.
That's...
Please, dear Arya, I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself.
If you have an explanation, Mr. Redmond, then by all means, I'd love to hear it.
Gladly. It It is true that I knew about Freya's plot beforehand, but I only just learnt about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan. She was going to replace me as a headmaster, replace half with her arcane constructs. Though you might say this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor. However, the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Freya. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Miss Freya's weapon in an attempt to frame her.
Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There is no way that the headmaster could have come up with this plan. If he really did do this, that means he stole her rapier too, right?
Most likely.
His alibi makes sense. He couldn't have planned this whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out?
The best way to tell a convincing lie is to leave a lot of truths and only change one detail. Maybe Bellwether did tell him, but she actually told him a few weeks ago. The question is, how do you prove that?
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Well, it says so in the evidence, but I guess I have to press him. So you only learned about it recently. Doesn't that seem a bit too convenient for you?
It may appear that...
Oh, it may appear that way, yes. But on the day of the murder, that must have infuriated you. Your colleague betrayed you and intended to steal your job.
I'm only human, of course. I was taken aback. I've been headmaster for the Imperial Academy for decades. To think that the professor and the board would go around my back like that.
As the headmaster, you probably had the tools available to get into a room.
Yes, I will admit that. The Academy has a master key that can be used to enter each of the students' dorms. And yes, as headmaster, I would have access to that key.
Then you had the perfect way to get into a room and steal a rapier undetected.
I suppose I did. However, there's only one flaw with your logic.
It was my understanding that the Freyas wanted to keep this secret until the very end. Why would Bellwether, of all people, tell you about her betrayal?
I imagine she wanted to taunt me with all that information. We've had a long disagreement. We've long had our disagreements, and looking back, she may have resented me for that. And at that point, there wasn't anything I could do to stop her.
Really? I thought you and the professor were on good terms.
I thought so too, but I suppose it was all a facade. She was just biding her time until she could take my position as headmaster.
He had to have known about Bellwether's betrayal a few weeks ago.
Right. The question is, how do we prove it?
Do we have something that proves we knew of it?
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if I can... because I'm using the same piece of evidence. Where was it? No, it wasn't here. Let's see here. No. What was it again? No, it wasn't here. No? No, it was here. No. No. Where's the one that says weeks ago? Ah, there it is.
Objection!
Shit. Your Honor, it's clear that fuck. Yeah, how do we prove that? I guess I have to press everything. With the professor dead, you won't have to worry about losing your job. At least not for a while.
I suppose you're correct, but there are others who benefit too. The faculty staff is now aware of Freya's plot. With our plot delayed, they will not need to worry about abruptly losing their jobs either.
But what happens if you prove that Redmond's the killer? He loses his job and House Freya will just appoint someone else. No, you can't think about that now. If you don't prove Redmond's guilt, the court will convict Wallace. No.
before the day of the murder. What evidence do we have? What is this? Weeks ago. No, well, I don't know if that's related, but it probably is. I wouldn't have known to steal very much. But according to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the headmaster. Oh, according to Jan, no. Bellwether did this during a meeting a few weeks ago. Here? Here?
Objection!
No. Okay. Oh, am I supposed to present it here?
Objection!
Oh, I'm supposed to present it here. Oh, okay. Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim?
Of course I am, because it's the truth.
I'm sorry, Redmond, but you should really close your doors during your meetings.
What? Did someone see?
It is true that Bellwether revealed the plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jen Hughes appeared to overhear that same meeting. But he only overheard that part where the staff would be replaced. He only overheard the part that the staff would be replaced. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago. You can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumor. Everything you just said is based on second-hand information. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That is too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation. The professor probably only revealed her plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand. Professor Bellwether had no authority over the cleaning staff's employment. It wouldn't make sense for her to just reveal her plan for the arcane constructs. It would only make sense if he knew that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why didn't you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw the need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I asked you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether?
What a fine mess this is. I'm not done. Not yet.
Headmaster?
So, you truly plan on pushing this, are you? Well, your thesis sounded promising, Mr. Cuthbert. But I believe your argument could use a little work. Here we go. You think that I killed Catherine Bellwether? Me? I'm an elderly man in his late 80s. I was alone and had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. I can barely walk, much less wield a rapier. Arcane construct? Yeah. But you and Bellwether were the only people in that room, weren't you? You needed the arcane construct to carry Bellwether's body. That means that the construct would have already been in your office. With your privileges, you could have easily programmed the construct to stab Bellwether for you. Shit. Even so, think about what would have transpired afterward. Recall Miss Steelwind's time of Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory, the construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. However, that would have risked my so-called ruse from being discovered. Luckily, Lady Freya can't tell night from day. I wonder. Use this against clients. Intuition? Yeah. The timing deduced from Miss Freya's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, if we assume that you're lying about this when this meeting ended, your entire argument falls apart. Miss Freya would have encountered Miss Bellwether after her death at 2:01 p.m. Miss Freya would have made a mistake like that. Miss Freya thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. Shit. Then what about the rapier that was placed? If I really was the murderer, then that would mean I planted the weapon in young Wallace's locker. Several of the students had the lockers there I had access to. Wallace was one of my prize students. If I had to frame anyone, he would be the last person I'd choose. Names were switched, bitch. If I can find the fucking evidence. No. Where's the part where they got switched? No. Where's the part where they switched? No. Oh wait, no. No? Ah, there we go. You're right, Mr. Redmond. You wouldn't try to frame Wallace, but you would try to frame Miriam Freya. It would have been the perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous co-worker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. But something went wrong, didn't it, Redmond? The labels on Wallace's locker and Miriam's lockers were switched. Anyone who saw that would have easily mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have records of all the student lockers and where they were located. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change on the labels would have led me to make a careless mistake like that. There's no reason I would make a change like that. So I have to prove he made the mistake. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. Could it be this? Rotation. Arcane constructs take process that are if they are. Oh, the logic. Wait, the logic? Yeah, the logic. Individually, that's because above the real. Is it here? Or is it here?
the construct did it?
No, that's not right. When I've noticed the lockers were but this is all based on the assumption that he was the person who placed the rapier. Shit. Alright, here? Oh, here. But it wasn't you, was it? Your arcane construct was the one who planted the rapier in the locker. I bet you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frega, but it saw the ID on the Wallace's locker and assumed that it was Miriam's. There's this...
Redmond begins desperately stammering, looking for something to say.
Steelwind, say something.
What? Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it.
Ha! That's right. You don't have any proof, do you?
There's no evidence on my orders.
Saying that I could have committed the murder isn't the same as proving I did it.
This? Ah, fuck.
That would track the orders given to him. Oh yeah, the command log. But yeah, that was the evidence. Fuck. I thought this would be the evidence, but I guess not. Could have been this, though. It's stored in his command log. No? There's no evidence on my orders. Fuck. What was it? You don't have any proof that of my orders given to it. No evidence these are my orders. It's not that. This one. There's no evidence of my orders. No evidence of my orders. Oh, here. Is this supposed to be the evidence in the locker? No? Wasn't there some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him? Yeah, it would be this. Huh? What? What? Huh? I'm confused. What? I'm so confused. What? How is it not this one? It says each command given to is stored in this log. How is it not this evidence? Huh? The fuck? Huh?
Why is it not that? There's no evidence that it's my orders. Activities of lockdown messages. The fuck? What do I... What? How is it not this one? Hold on a minute. Let me look this up. Tyrion Cuthbert, Case 2, Trial 2. Case 2 walkthrough. Because I have no idea what the fuck. What? How is it not that evidence? Okay, hold on. Where the fuck is it? Trials and investigations. Case 2 Walking Dead. Hold on, let me look at the logs. Okay. Can't tell night from day. Okay. Intuition. Okay. Present evidence in the locker room. Oh, I just have to present the construct in the locker room. Okay, that's... Okay, I guess it's this one? Okay, that was a weird one. I felt like that one should have been obvious. Should have been using that piece of evidence, but okay. Your arcane construct is still in the locker room where I planted the rapier. All we have to do is take a look inside and we'll see the blood inside.
Is that so, Mr. Cuthbert?
What? Why does he still look confident? No, Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked the inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean.
What? The construct's primary function is to assist and clean, dear Tyrion. They have a function that allows them to clean themselves, inside and out.
Well, we can still look at its command history, right? Think about it, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you honestly think that the murderer would leave behind evidence like that? I'm sure whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it's finished.
No. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against me is theoretical at best, but I suppose I can still give you marks for trying.
Damn it, he thought of everything. Was he seriously able to get rid of all the evidence? You're running out of options, but you still have one tool left.
The Sharingan. Huh, it's unbecoming to glare like that, young Tyrion.
He's doing it again.
Bring yourself back to that moment with Garrick Pierce. Think about what I state for Wallace, just like you did with Celeste. His life and future are in your hands.
Naught can remain concealed.
I shall use my Sharingan.
You activated the empowered eye again. Redmond did a good job of covering his tracks, but there has to be something that he forgot to get rid of.
Why was the construct in the locker room, though? It shouldn't have been there if it followed my orders. No matter, I wiped its logs.
They have nothing on me. So he did order it to wipe its logs. In order to cover all his tracks, he probably wouldn't have done. Probably would have done this at last. The construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in lecture hall 2B, and then plant the evidence in Frega's locker. It was supposed to head to the storage room afterwards. What happened? Interesting. The construct wasn't supposed to be in the locker room. Wait, you ordered the construct to go to the storage room? It wouldn't have done that after it was finished planting evidence in the locker room, but we found it in the locker room. What stopped the construct from leaving the locker room? What stopped it from doing it? This? No, that's not right. Raymond clearly didn't interfere with it. Someone or something must have interfered with it. Okay. This? After this interaction, short. This? No. No, that was weeks ago. It was supposed to go there, but I guess the evidence in the locker? No. Something interfered with it. What interfered with it? Here? No. The sword? No. Oh, that! The lockdown, yeah. Right. The body was probably reported earlier than Redmond expected. This means he probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker room. But does this change anything? By the lockdown. Right. The series of commands would have been interrupted. Wait a minute.
Constructs execute its series of commands in order that they are given, but let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the entire series.
The construct's final command was to wipe its memory, but if its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then... Miss Steelwind, I have nothing more to ask this witness.
What? You're not giving up, are you?
Do you even have to ask?
Yeah, I thought so. But how are you going to prove you did it if he's not testifying?
Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all I need.
Next witness? That look on your face isn't one of defeat. Just what are you planning?
Huh, it's nothing but desperate bravado. Now if you'll excuse me.
You've let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you know what you're doing.
I do, Miss Steelwind. First, I'd like for the Inquisition to bring in the Arcane construct in the Academy's locker room.
We've already established that the murder could have wiped its memory.
Please, just humor me for a second, Miss Steelwind.
Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White. Well, here's your construct. I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Cuthbert.
Construct.
What are your
orders?
Please recite your command history.
Reporting. Command 1. Stand by in
Headmaster's office.
Command 2. Await vocal signal. Attack from Theodore Redmond.
You hear Redmond stand up from the gallery. Saying this, the prosecutor watches him carefully clutch the handles of Arcane.
Command 3. Treat Catherine Bellwether as hostile entity and neutralize.
Construct.
Construct. Wipe your... Hold. Oh, that's a bit of a... Oh, huddle. Is that supposed to be huddle or hold?
Before he can finish his sentence, the prosecutor points Arcane at the headmaster. Magical energy shoots out from it and collides directly with him. The magic wreaths around his body and stops him from moving. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but looks like he can't even move with his mouth. He'll move his mouth.
Miss Steelwind?
Excuse the interruption, please continue. Command 4, await vocal signal, leave, from Theodore Redmond. Command 5, move to classroom 2B, reply to any inquiries with voice line 3. Number 3. Command 6, remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you this series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond.
How? I ordered the construct to wipe its command history.
Mr. Redmond, constructs don't follow the same logic that humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute. Oh, yeah. Oh, I get it. Yeah, cause it has to be able to complete the entire series, or else it'll consider all orders void. Yeah.
Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible?
You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system.
The lockdown?
The body was found earlier than you like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown systems when it was reported. However, the construct was still in the locker room when you did this.
So that's why it was there.
The construct finished its task in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command. It tried to move to the storage room, but it was prevented from doing so. Completion of that command was impossible, so the series of commands was stopped before it wiped its memory.
You little...
Theodore Redmond, you ordered your construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had to place in the murder weapon in the locker to frame Miriam Fraga. And we have your construct's testimony to prove it. And that's checkmate. I can't believe it. How could you do something like this, Headmaster?
She was going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students. Everything would be gone. It was going to be stolen by her and the Fragas.
Why did you say anything to me? I could have...
Don't you dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. Do you think the Fragas acted alone? Your father was a part of this plot too.
Oh, shit.
What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about societal reform. In the end, you were just like the rest of the aristocracy. By the scared lord, what have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace. I can't believe Why did I listen? Why did I do this?
What? Oh, Ares was manipulating him. God damn it. She keeps doing that little thing. She keeps manipulating reality or using an illusion. I don't know what the fuck she's doing.
The court sees no reason to prolong this any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell.
Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it.
It feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders.
Hey, Fire Sale. I'm playing this Ace Attorney inspired game called Tyrion Cuthbert. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. And well, I'm currently playing this in preparation of the remastered collection of Ace Attorney Investigations that's coming out around September. Yeah, I actually just happened to stumble upon this game on the Steam page. I was like, oh shit,
this game looks interesting because it's inspired by Ace Attorney. So I was like, oh, I'll give it a try. And so far, I'm liking it. Nice. I'm looking forward to the extra stuff coming out soon too. Yeah, and I'll be streaming that game as well. So yeah, both of the games remastered on Twitch. So yeah, me playing this game is basically preparing me for that. When that comes in September, which is still gonna be a while, but I mean, should be plenty of time to finish this game. Currently, I'm on the second case, and just like any Ace Attorney game, there is 5 cases per game, or at least they usually have 5 cases per game. Sometimes it's 6, but this one follows the regular formula of the original trilogy, which is usually 5 cases per game. And I'm on the second one, which I actually am just about to complete. But so far, I'm loving the story of this game, because the setting is basically taking place in a fantasy world where magic exists, and they actually incorporate some elements from D&D, because some of the spells they got are more or less one-to-one with the D&D spells, and it's pretty interesting on how they're incorporated into the game. I mean, there's some twists they added to some of the spells that are based off the original D&D spells, just so I guess it's more original, I guess, and allows more creative freedom to how certain crimes were committed and such. And yeah, pretty much.
It feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders.
It does, but
Going through them pretty quickly. Are they pretty straightforward with their puzzles? Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it seems like that, at least so far. But it seemed, well, I mean, I'm only on the second case, but I know in the first case it was pretty straightforward. In this case, I noticed the difficulty in the second case after the first case is actually more difficult than the last one. But mainly because it kind of, well, sometimes it's kind of because it's kind of nitpicking at what specific evidence you need to present at what specific statements, even though it kind of feels logical to present said evidence to another statement that also contradicts said evidence at times, but at the same time, it can be a bit misleading, but overall it's not too bad. Because I did bump into something like that earlier in the second case, which is like, oh, because there's two pieces of evidence that are similar to each other, and so I got mixed up in which one of them to present, and I didn't want to lose all my quote-unquote health and just fail the case outright. So I kind of had to look up the answer, and it turns out, oh, it was this one particular evidence, so I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll have to roll with that. But yeah, but so far the story is pretty good. I'm actually pretty invested. Do you ever play survival games? That was a game I've been playing a bit recently. I was surprised. It was made in New Zealand. Oh, really? I mean, a lot of funny takes on the accents, really. What's the game called? Abiotic Factor. Oh, I've heard about that game. Yeah, I've heard about that game. Well, only by name. I don't really know much about it other than what you've told me. But, I mean, I don't really often play survival games unless... because I'm more oriented towards... it's set in a... oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't usually play survival games. I'm more attuned to, oh, it's like Half-Life. Okay. Oh, I had no idea it was made in New Zealand. That's That's a shock to me. Okay. But I mean, yeah, I'm not really one to play survival games that much. I'm more oriented towards RPG. I'm more oriented towards, narrative-based RPG games. Like, sure, if it has like a strong story with interactive capabilities to change the narrative and stuff like that, or just has overall good writing like this game, then sure, I may end up playing it. But yeah, I have a very specific set of tastes in terms of games. Because yeah, I don't just play just any variety game. I usually play the games that meet a certain criteria in terms of what I like in terms of RPGs. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm likely going to be playing that game in that case. But yeah, I do have... yeah. And... yeah, usually... though its scenes are fantastic in my opinion. Okay. But yeah, I'm usually more geared towards playing RPG games with interactive components in changing how narrative directions in the game can go. But of course, there are some games that are an exception to that sort of mental criteria I have, like for example, certain Ace Attorney games, or I guess in this case, an Ace Attorney-like game like this one, that has the potential to have good writing, and I don't mind that if the story is linear in a particular direction. So there's that. And so far, yeah, I'm really liking this game, and I'm not even halfway through the game yet. But yeah, I definitely like the twists and turns overall so far in this game. I'd say the creators did a pretty good job at taking their inspiration from Ace Attorney and creating their own original setting and story within it. Because yeah, I like it very much.
I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did this.
Right, despite everything Redmond did, he was the only one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams.
I'm sorry. I'm sure this is bittersweet for you. What am I going to do now? Headmaster Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. With him gone...
Come on, don't think like that. You gotta quit it. I'm sure it'll all work out.
You want to agree, but necromancy is basically taboo. Without Redmond's support, there aren't many places you can learn it legitimately. And there's the Imperial Academy.
Hey, don't you get all set on me too.
Sorry, I was just thinking. With Redmond gone, the Fregas would probably just appoint another sycophant as the headmaster. Valentina, Valerie, and Jan, they're all going to lose their jobs.
Come on, you found out the truth and you put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace.
She's right. As you start to exit the courtroom, you're greeted by Miss Tamora. Was she in the gallery this entire time?
At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction. You should be proud of yourself for that.
I suppose you're right. Maybe I am just overthinking things. But the doubt still lingers on your mind.
Now come on, I'm taking Wallace to that restaurant we went to last time.
Do you remember how much that place costs?
Don't worry, I have plenty of gold.
Am I the only one on this team not making any gold?
Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment.
Alright, let's go, Wallace.
Okay.
You activated the empowered eye again, didn't you?
She doesn't appear to be praising you.
I did. I didn't really have a choice.
The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. But that's twice now that you used the empowered eye to get out of a tough spot. We can't keep relying on Aviv or the Crow as an attorney. One day you'll find a witness that the empowered eye won't work on. It worked for me this far, though. But I suppose you're right. I'll try to rely on it less next time. And that marked the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved, and another murderer brought to justice. But I still couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what would happen for the... Was it guilt for what would happen to the faculty staff? Or was it something else? Yep. That's the end of episode 2. Oh. Man, Steelwind has been talking with the bird for hours. What's there to even ask at this point?
Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. Something about his memories is not matching up with the crime scene.
You don't think he has mageblade, does he?
No, it's not that. Ugh, she found that damn symbol etched into his desk. Or what did she call it? The purple mark.
Oh, for the love of... not this again.
Look, if the little lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. At least this time, she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it.
Oh, you motherfucker. Ares Ilmatter.
Cast sleep.
Hey! What's up with...
You motherfucker, I knew it.
Who did this to your desk?
What has gotten into you? I've already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me?
Where did this graffiti come from? What is this symbol? What is the purple mark?
I don't know. A student must have done it at some point.
Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple symbol? Focus on the moment you received this.
Wait a minute. I remember it now. But how?
Oh, and she's knocked out.
Lady Steelwind? Lady Steelwind! Aria, what happened? Are you okay?
That was close. Violation over meeting him almost made me forget.
Alice? What are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you! You put those ideas into my mind! You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether!
Oh, you humans never fail to amuse me. I didn't make you do anything. Everything you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. And I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why you even broke into Miriam's room? I didn't know you had it in you, old man.
You made me forget about our conversation. But how? Illusions can't affect the mind. Magic can't affect the mind.
It's a shame, though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter. Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. Armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, even I couldn't corrupt his pure soul.
Answer me. Who are you? What are you?
Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Circle.
And that's the end of case 2. Holy shit. I knew I shouldn't trust that fucking bitch. She was sus. Especially with all that weird reality warping effects that was happening around certain parts of the goddamn chapter. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm just gonna end this session here. Since it seems like, one case seems to take up an entire session pretty well. So, yeah, I think I'll end it here for now since we've been going at it for like 5 hours, so farewell for now.